Welcome back to the Oh Snap Denver Open. Michelle McMahon, Dave Fleming in the booth, Cameron Blackwood on the sideline. Get ready for this men's doubles quarterfinal matchup between the 2-seed Dylan Frazier and Matt Wright, taking on Zane Navratil and DJ Young. Of course, headlines leading into this PPA Tour weekend: Matt Wright, Riley Newman breaking up, we all know. J.W. Johnson not playing this weekend, so Dylan Frazier was available for Matt Wright to play with. They are the 2-seed, and so far so good for this new partnership, Dave.
Oh yeah, and I'm not surprised. I watched them warm up yesterday, and it looked very good. And this is a team that I think has all the makings of getting to Championship Sunday.
Side out.
And if you look at Matt Wright closely, you can see a gigantic chip on his shoulder from the very publicized breakup, and we have the perfect breakup artist in town in Taylor Swift. So it's a match made in heaven.
Second serve.
The DJ has some opportunity to work with on the tunes.
Yes.
As Matt Wright's on display here.
0-0-2.
More so in Seattle, but hey, we'll take some drama here in Denver.
Love drama.
Point.
And, you know, that's what these two are going to have to work out, and that's why they were playing some pretty aggressive, what we call rec play, trying to just get some practice in to see who's playing what. I expect them to play straight up today, too. That's what they were doing in their rec play session, just switching back and forth, making it a little more difficult for your opponent.
DJ Young there for the counter. Matt Wright went to speed it up.
I also talked to Zane after that first match, which we had on our air, and he was not happy with their performance, even though they won. So he's happy to have a second chance to play. And the DJ Young circus is in town, and it is looking good. That is ridiculous.
What did Zane have to say about that performance, as we saw here on center court?
They were just not near where they needed to be, but they were able to win. And he was just happy that they could continue, because you usually don't get out the door when you just, I mean, their thirds were 50%, and that doesn't usually win in a pro match, but it did today.
They got through Colin Schick before this one in his team. Zane Navratil wanted to pull his paddle back on that one. Winner of this one advances to the semifinal, which is already set for one half of it anyway. Pablo Tellez and Federico Staksrud. Big finish for DJ Young, a much different looking DJ Young than we saw this morning.
Yeah, still going for the tricks like that drop shot there, and what a get from Frazier, but finishing when he sets it up with that trickery. And when the sorcerer's hat is on with the stars and the moons and he's got it going on, he is a scary player to play against.
Second serve.
Dylan Frazier called it wide.
Yeah.
It was wide.
It was going very slow because of the miss hit. And, you know, now that we see this discussion, we've had but one challenge all day. So a very clean day. And we're going to go ahead and have challenge number 2 on center here on a Saturday.
I thought I saw a sliver of blue on that one, but we will have another look at this call. That's the shadow. I still see it out.
I say out.
I still see it out. Tough to tell.
But an encouraging start to this match for Navratil and Young. They even said in the interview afterwards, we don't know what we're doing. We're not really comfortable on either side. We're trying to figure out who feels better on the left or the right today. So the fact that they got through that, then played another match, beat the team you mentioned, the North Carolina Dobrin and Schick team, and now come into this with a little clearer amount of confidence and knowledge of how they want to play. And then Wright and Frazier know that they're pretty much probably, you know, playing for today. We don't know what happens down the line. If this goes amazingly well, conversations happen, you know. I know that Dylan loves playing with J.W. Johnson, so that's going to be a tough partnership to break up.
Was just going to say, I don't think there's any chance he's leaving J.W. Johnson.
He's a tremendous player. So, you know, Dylan jumped in with Anna Bright yesterday, too, because Ignatowicz had to pull out. Very slight injury. We hope to have him back in Seattle. He didn't do as well as, and I talked to Anna Bright, they really wished they could do better. Let's hear the call from the doctor.
The ball was out. A challenge is lost, and a timeout is lost. We'll proceed at 3-1-2. 1 timeout, 2 timeout.
So because I read lips well, the doctor, and that's his last name, agrees with us, Michelle.
Time in.
Call is wide.
Call is wide.
3-1-2.
So Navratil and Young lose a timeout and a challenge. They have 1 remaining.
Side out.
And when you're playing DJ Young and he's hot, you know that you just got to keep going and hope the trickery starts missing like that last one.
Point.
Inconsistency can be an issue for DJ Young.
2-3-1. Point.
Matt's not ready for antics yet, so he just puts up the somewhat reasonable sorry as that clipped off the tape perfectly.
What a lob from Frazier. Matt Wright confidently called it in off the contact.
4-3-1.
Wasn't even close. And he wasn't even chirping.
No. And this is another big difference for Matt Wright in that when he played with Riley Newman, every return went to Riley Newman because you are not worried about the pace of his drives. He's getting to drive the ball now and set up the shake and bake with Dylan Frazier. So that's something else to add to the arsenal that isn't there the other way around. So it's going to be fun to watch how these guys progress after all they did was go 27 for 27 in podiums. Not even the Johns boys can say they did that.
Yeah, that's
3-5-1.
insane, statistically speaking. So
second serve.
What would that tell you? Obviously some big names missing from the men's draw in this tournament. What would that tell you, though, if Matt Wright can make it to the podium and earn another silver here in Denver with the new partner?
I mean, it shows that this is a very, very good player. He played great yesterday, so he's already in the mixed final. He would love nothing more to have 2 chances at gold tomorrow, and got to get through a very crafty team here. But this is a man that, you know, all these pro players have a place that they believe they belong in the sport. And, you know, whether you like it or not, that is a blow. And you can either be upset about it or channel it. And so far, he's channeled it very well.
What a shot from Dylan Frazier. Yeah, there were some members around the pickleball community saying it's not going to get better than Matt Wright, no matter who you play with. The Johns brothers are that good. So the conversation will only continue until we get to Seattle to really rule things out, and maybe beyond there. Navratil and Young looking for answers.
Basketball, now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
LMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
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 AlloMD, acute relief cream.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
Time in.
Back here on center court, Matt Wright and
7-3-1.
Dylan Frazier taking advantage of a 4-point lead here in game 1
Second
on
serve.
Navratil and Young. They've got one more try on their serve. Dylan Frazier, the second serve on his side.
7-3-2. Side out.
To get the paddle there quickly and then squash it from DJ Young. That's why Navratil's smiling. It's like, this is not easy because you're on the backhand and then and it's so effortless from him.
Point.
Just a
4-7-1.
tremendous talent. That man right there, originally from Spain.
Second serve.
But then you just can't throw a third into the middle of the net.
4-7-2. Side out.
The other thing for this is it's a chance for Dylan Frazier to go, yeah, I know I play right side with J-Dub, but I can be that dominant guy on the left side and show that off here today as well. So opportunity for both. And
point.
Yeah, it's a great point by you. Then would he and JW start to make any adjustments?
Unlikely, but again,
8-4-1.
Why not?
At least it gives you the look. You know, the Johns brothers one time just were wrecking them so badly that they forced them to switch. But it is a rare sighting.
8-4-2.
It is as rare as when Collin is on the left side when he's playing with his brother.
But perhaps throwing a different look at them is the
Can be.
answer. So
we'll see.
Gives you more options that way, right?
The more options you have, obviously, the better. And you heard
4-8-1.
Anna Lee and Anna Bright talk about how it's hard to get into a pattern if the other team switches a lot.
Foot fault.
Speaking of foot faults, he had the ultimate foot fault yesterday as his shoe just came apart. And it was the Skechers came to the rescue, and not only did it come to the rescue, they made it all the way to the final. So you talk about a guy blowing a tire, he literally did yesterday.
5-8-2.
See those Skechers shoes still on him, though.
Found a new pair.
Point.
Two-point game. Every time Matt Wright has sped it up there, DJ Young has been all over it.
7-8-2.
Another one off the tape sits up for Young, and again, he's up to the task. And it's snowmen everywhere here. What a comeback.
8-8-2. Side out.
Big push, though. Sign out for Frazier and Wright.
So that is a big tell there. If he goes to the two-hand backhand and loads it up, you know that pace is coming, and Matt Wright just sat on that. So great read by Matt Wright of what your opponent is doing.
Second serve.
And gets absolutely tagged again from Young.
9-8-2.
And a tough miss for DJ Young means game point on the side of Frazier and Wright.
Side out.
Good find from DJ Young, holds off one game point. Zane Navratil will take his chance, down by 2. Miss serve and a tough time to do it, but you have to go for it.
Yeah, singles, I like that mentality a little more, especially at 10-8. That's a tough one.
Just catches the sideline, and a kiss off the tape for DJ Young.
Where's Collin Johns to just be so frustrated? That's like 3, 2 that sat up on Young's paddle, and then 1 here that skips
9,
by
10,
Matt
2.
Wright, and chance to tie it at 10.
Frazier steps up big in a crucial moment. Game point back on their side.
It's 2 of the biggest pickleball fans in the world right there, and they're just so young. I love seeing that.
Oh, smart choice from DJ Young. He had him, but the game goes to the 2 seed Dylan Frazier and Matt Wright. They were tested by the 7 seed, ultimately prevailing in the opening game.
Play hard for fun, to win, to live. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream to let you play on. Deep penetrating relief without greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor. Inspired by nature and 100% guaranteed. Try Penetrax and play on.
The Carvana PPA Tour is presented by Vizzy Hard Seltzer, Versix Pickleball, Carvana, Chase, Duper, Fila Pickleball, Fitvine Wines, and Skechers.
0-0-2.
As we welcome you back to the O-Snap Denver Open. Game 1 to the 2 seed.
Yeah, it was an interesting first game for Zane Navratil, who didn't see a lot of balls and was really steady, and then at the mercy of does the stuff coming off that paddle of DJ Young, win or not, it came up just 2 points short.
Side out.
There's another big wild swing from Young that catches the net.
0-1-1.
What a counter from DJ Young. There's the talent and the ability.
So good.
He can dial it in a little bit more consistently.
And the roar to go with it, and I like that. And if he can get going, it's trouble. But you're flicking it there, for example, right into a no-go zone. You do not want to put the ball there for Matt Wright.
1-1-2.
It'll be interesting if Wright and Frazier play a chirpy team, because Dylan Frazier never gets involved in that, and Matt does. So they are on the opposite ends of the spectrum of that.
It's kind of a nice balance.
Yeah.
You need that to maintain some level of consistency.
1-2-1. Second serve.
Yeah, they're returning to Young. They're really making him play
1-2-2.
throughout this match.
Side out.
And it's just similar to earlier. They're playing better certainly here, but that's just 2 missed thirds. And all you had to do is hit a return to get the ball back. That's just too easy when a semifinal opportunity is on the line.
Point.
Tries the curling ball behind me.
3-1-1.
Backhand flick. Misses about a foot wide there.
Point.
Oh. Little kick of the ball caught somebody over there, but I think they're just fine. That's one of the photographers. I think they're just fine.
4-1-1.
Bit smiley after that one.
Second serve.
It's absolutely the best spinner of the paddle before a point starts ever in the history of
4-1-2.
pickleball. Watch him over there.
Side out. One, 4-1.
3-point gap for Navratil and Young to try and close here.
Second serve.
Just still struggling to find that consistency, Michelle.
1-4-2.
Wow, what a counter from Matt Wright. Zane Navratil trying to do anything to get things going on his side.
4-1-1.
What an angle
Second
from
serve.
DJ Young.
So good. He just lays the paddle down. Watch what he does. He lays the paddle down and then just
4-1-2.
flicks it over into the corner.
So good. Wide.
Point.
Just wide on that one. So again, gotta have that one made to go
5-1-2.
with the beautiful inside out winner on the prior rally.
Side out. One, 5-1. Second serve.
Smart play from Frazier.
I think a fan yelled out there in the middle of that, and that's what Zane's laughing at back there.
1-5-2.
What a shot
Side
from
out.
Dylan Frazier, threading the needle.
So he was switched over to Selkirk using a paddle that's got a little more
5-1-1.
heat on it, and now has a two-handed backhand to go with it. And the interesting thing about him is he does not come from a tennis background.
Wow, what a finish. How long ago since that switch?
So he really started to
Timeout,
have more
receiver,
pace to his
6-1-1.
game. And now he's added a two-handed backhand, which is one of the hardest things to learn as a non-tennis player. And he's got it now, and that's a big factor.
Frazier and Wright on top, 6-1.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
Bring it on. all the things. Fly on your schedule. Reward yourself and the girls whenever. Stay or go when you wanna. And more is on the way. So when you're ready to go, go with heart. Go with Southwest.
Back on center court, Michelle McMahon, Dave Fleming here with you. Matt Wright, Dylan Frazier looking pretty good in their first ever pairing together in men's doubles.
6-1-1.
A win here would advance them through to the semifinals.
Second serve.
Pablo, Tellez, Federico, Staksrud already through to the semis.
Point. 7-1-2. Side out.
Oh, and Zane and Matt are having a conversation because there was no disguise on that. Zane was coming 100 miles an hour forward at Matt Wright with the two-handed backhand.
Point.
Nice job there by DJ Young, and you can see what they've decided to do is put Zane on the left side of the court. Now see if that can be an answer late stages here. Why not?
Second serve.
You knew something was coming from Matt Wright.
Sure, he's smiling about the number of those before.
2-7-2.
He loves nothing. I mean, that was he's loving life right now when that happens. I mean, those hands from Frazier to get the tomahawk back, ridiculous.
Ooh, one of them.
Guy.
Three, 7-2. Side out.
Bottom third of the net on that miss.
Yeah, they're just, we're going to talk about the ball for a minute here, because how else could I have hit that where that ended up?
7-3-1.
Great poach there from Dylan Frazier, and that's the difference. Matt Wright loves having that opportunity to get some thirds in this pairing.
Point. Nine, 3-1. Point.
I thought that ball was wide too for Frazier, but he still wound up to hit it, which made it a little bit more confusing. Yeah, that was
point.
Wide. That was close.
10-3-1.
Waited a little long to call that one.
Second serve.
Good looking match point goes flying into the video boards on the other side of the court.
10-3-2.
Oh, Dylan Frazier wanted to close it on his terms. Navratil and Young save one match point.
3-10-1. Second serve. Three, 10-2. Side out.
Quick side out for Frazier and Wright.
I think we've said that a lot today with this duo on the court. They had that great spurt in the middle of game one where there was an opportunity, and that might have changed things.
DJ Young sails it long. Dylan Frazier and Matt Wright are off to the semifinal round. You know Matt Wright is happy about this run.
Yeah, I'm sure he would love a billboard to go up in certain spots across the country right now with his results, but playing very well here in Denver.
So how exactly does he feel about this performance so far with Dylan Frazier? Find out next with an interview with Cameron Blackwood. Coming your way next.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
The Carvana PPA Tour is back in action for the second half of the season, and Dylan Frazier and Matt Wright are making waves in men's doubles, punching their ticket through to the semifinals. They are with Cameron Blackwood now.
Thanks, Mish. Matt, new partnership with Dylan here. Curious, was there any phone calls or training before you guys came out on court today?
No training. We got together about 5 days ago. It was last second. I was supposed to play with James Ignatowicz. He has a hip issue. I scrambled, and to be able to land a partner like Dylan when you're scrambling, I'm the lucky one here today. So it's a lot of fun. I think our games match up well. We can play both sides, so keep teams guessing a little bit, and I love playing with them. It's great.
And speaking of both sides, we know you're predominantly right-sided players, but switching it up here, is there a side that you guys are finding more comfortable with right now with the game?
I think we're just both comfortable playing both sides, and we're doing good with it right now. There were a couple points earlier where we felt like we could stack a little bit, and I think that's helpful to just kind of have that flexibility to use during the match. But it's awesome playing with Matt. He's an amazing competitor, great energy on the court. So really lucky to be here with him today. Fun to mix it up a little bit. DJ and Zane, they played good, so gotta give them a shout out. But yeah, looking forward to the next match.
And you're not going to get much out of him on the court. You're going to have to double your volume and talking for the other side over there today.
I don't think so. Like he's interacting with me a lot. We're communicating a lot. The energy is really good. It's all positive. I really appreciate that about him. You know, I'm going to have some bad spots, and he's always uplifting, positive, high energy. And you know, I try to do the same for my partners, and so it's good. Chemistry's great.
A little extra trash talk on his behalf.
I'd like to bring a little out of him. Yeah, let's see if we can.
There you are. They're moving on here in the men's doubles. Michelle, back to you.
I was going to say, what a politically correct response from the lawyer. Matt Wright and Dylan Frazier, despite coming together last minute, looking pretty good.
Looking very good. And, you know, I did see some of the training yesterday, and they had to withstand a barrage from DJ Young, who was fantastic in game number 1. And then they put it all together, and they are very good. And that 2-3 semifinal is going to be awesome against Tellez and Staksrud.
Yeah, that will be their next match in the semifinals. But coming up next, it's Ben Johns and Collin Johns back on center court against Todd Fote and Wyatt Stone. Cameron Irwin, Kyle McKenzie taking over the mic next.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Why is Aaron happy? Well, just days ago, his old wheels gave out. But he knew Carvana had his back. That's because Carvana had tens of thousands of cars under $20,000. So Aaron's folks could help him out with a sweet ride.
No way.
Yes way. With the most cars under $20,000 and our car vending machines, we'll drive you happy at Carvana.
Introducing Verse 6 Raw, the sweet spot of price and performance. All of the features you asked for, brought to you by the experts at Pickleball Central. Toray T700 Raw Carbon technology creates lasting spin, and a unique elongated shape amplifies power and broad court coverage. Experience enhanced control with a hybrid core and the flexibility of an extended handle for two-handed shots. An octagonal grip with sealed edges guarantees comfort. Verse 6 Raw, your game elevated.
Follow your vibe. Vizzy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
Stay in the game with OS First Socks and Compression. Chosen by pro athletes for comfort, injury prevention, and muscle recovery. Be a champion with compression zone technology for support where you need it and the flexibility to make your move. Gear up like a pro and step into greatness.
From pool to port to perfection. We'll make Europe the time of your life. Time and time again. Visit hollandamerica.com or call your travel advisor.
Everyone playing dangerously well here at the O-Snap Denver Open. I'm Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie as we get set for another men's pro doubles matchup. It's the Johns brothers taking championship court, the #1 overall seed. That's Ben and Collin facing off against the 9 seed and Todd Fote and Wyatt Stone. This is a duo that they're going to have a big challenge ahead with the #1 seed. There's a good look at Ben Johns, just 24 years of age, and we love watching Ben and Collin play. They start to get into so much of a better rhythm as the day continues on, and right now, this could be a moment where they could find that much more rhythm.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think they're such a calculated team that they don't go out in the early rounds and take a lot of unnecessary chances. They really try to calibrate and get used to the conditions, but a couple of rounds in, they're going to be ready to go. Look for them to start a little bit faster, but maybe not a household name as a team with Wyatt Stone and Todd Fote, but I could be wrong. I think this is the first time they've played together, but certainly a formidable opponent. They just got a win over Thomas Wilson and Julian Arnold. We know Julian Arnold with Thomas Wilson having success winning Major League Pickleball, so very good win for them. Let's see if they can keep that momentum rolling against the #1 team in the world.
Game 1, time in.
We got a quick look at Collin Johns. He's the older brother of Ben.
Side out.
And in the red is Wyatt Stone. Todd Fote in the gray t-shirt on the near side of your screen.
0-0-1. Point.
And so casual is Collin with the counter. There's a lot of cuss.
No, absolutely. And look for Wyatt Stone to continue to test the hands of Collin Johns, not because he's weak there, but they're just such good dinkers, the Johns brothers. They force teams to take chances to end the point.
Second serve.
And the second shot to Collin Johns, this time in favor of Fote and Stone.
1-0-2.
Excuse me, I said Fote. It is Fote, like boat. It's always helpful.
I have to remind myself that as well.
Every time.
Second serve.
It's a 1-2 punch from Ben and Collin, a combination between the two.
Of course, Wyatt Stone, one of the rising stars of our game. Still a teenager, I believe, but seems to be getting better every single time I watch him play.
1-0-1. Point.
Ooh, trying to slide that backhand. That's a good look at Ben Johns, one of his most notorious shots and most difficult to have to counter. Backhand flick. And again, it's the same sort of combination, going the speed up the line, just at the right shoulder of Fote.
3-0-1.
And Ben Johns will stay in that cross-court pattern with just about everybody until he gets something he can attack. Very stubborn as far as moving it around, really wants to force his opponents to adjust to him.
So if you're Fote right now, in terms of that ball coming at you, are you going to try and open that up with your forehand now that he's gone to that right shoulder?
Well, I mean, against some people, maybe, but Ben Johns has the ability to hit either side. He might want to show some different looks as far as the counter goes, though.
Oh, I kind of like the change of pace in the middle of that, the tempo off of Stone's paddle.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky. I noticed when we played last night, a lot of those flick shots really have a tendency to carry here in the altitude.
Oh. Side out.
A good lead. He had to duck out of the way.
0-4-1.
There's the flick. And hide. That's going to spell trouble. The miscommunication, but already early patterns starting to be showcased. We saw often that Stone and Fote have kind of looked to the left foot of Collin Johns. And then the cross court with Ben. You know you're going to have to take your shots early against this #1 seed.
Yeah, that's exactly what Todd Fote did there. He didn't have a lot of room to work with, just a little bit of a sliver. And when you thread the needle like that, a lot of times you will hit the tape. Didn't work out for him on that occasion.
4-0-1. Fault.
The Ernie and the fault couldn't quite keep his balance.
Yeah, let's see if he had a foot on the line when he took off.
It's fine there, but that's when he falls in.
Yeah, the opposite foot, a little unlucky for Wyatt Stone there.
Well measured from Wyatt Stone, another good leave.
Yeah, very disciplined. Oftentimes that ball's going wide when it comes from a cross-court location, but very tough to leave at the same time. Not a lot of reaction time here.
Side out.
A hold for Fote and Stone.
Important for them to get on the board here, so there's not too much separation here in game one.
Collin's gone for it twice. The forehand off the bounce, hasn't quite found it.
That is his favorite attack, though. He kind of holds and kind of sells you with the shoulder fake and slides that up the line. We've got Fote on the left now.
Quick hands for Fote and Stone.
That's really impressive from Todd Fote. Ben Johns snapped that backhand right at him, but he was ready to cover the body.
Fote with some good lateral movement, but The paddle is just not there on the ATP.
Yeah, he knew that he'd have plenty of angle. It was just a matter of getting there about a half a step short.
2-5-2.
Ben Johns getting some help from the net.
Yeah, Fote right now playing a very aggressive right side. He's really trying to clog the middle. I really don't hate the play. Ben Johns does not like speeding up backhands that bounce, so kind of daring him to do that from time to time isn't a bad idea.
You know you're in trouble when the man has combinations prepared off of an ATP.
Always one step ahead, ready for the ball to come back, and has a pretty good idea as to where it's coming most of the time.
Point. Little misdirect. Looked like he was going to speed up to one location and ends up the direction of stone.
Yeah, once he sinks his teeth into a forehand in the middle,
7-2-1.
Again, normally that point is going to heavily favor Ben and Collin Johns.
Point.
So do you just completely go away from it?
No, I think that when you do dink to the middle, it needs to have purpose. It needs to be more aggressive. If it's floaty to the middle, Ben Johns will do his surgical thing and start to dictate. It's very tough to gain control back.
Couple good looks right here. That's a perfect example. 3 balls kind of just sitting in the middle, and Ben Johns is going to attack, and he does on the exterior of the court in this
9-2-1.
one.
Second serve.
Boom is correct. A big overhead from Fote.
The crowd getting a little bit rowdy. I like it. Let's see if that energy can be used by Fote and Stone here.
Point.
Trying to cut that a little too sharp.
Yeah, probably went for more of a difficult shot than he needed to. Could have punched that back to Collin Johns at the baseline.
Point.
The sweeping shot from Ben Johns finds the 11th point. 11-2 in game 1 for Johns and Johns.
Yeah, and again, the backhand roll of Ben Johns was the difference there. Just staying in that pattern, very, very confident.
Business as usual for Ben and Collin Johns here in Denver, Colorado, taking game 1 in this quarterfinal matchup for men's pro doubles. Fote and Stone just 2 points on the board. However, we did like some of the approach that they took against this #1 seed relative to the cross-court battle with Ben Johns, and also finding that left foot from time to time. Just got to be wary of that ball through the middle. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie, and a good shot for Fote and Stone.
And it looks like Fote and Stone are going to mix it up to start game 2 here. It looks like they are going to be stacking with Fote on the left and Stone on the right.
Why do you like that?
Second serve.
Well, I just think they lost the first game 11-2. Throw a different look. One thing I would like to see for the off-the-ball player, usually the person on the right, is to maybe just be a step off the line. They were really getting eaten up with the backhand roll of Ben Johns. By being off the line, you give up the dink, but you increase your chances of hitting a good counter. I think that's something that they're going to need to do.
It's interesting, as pickleball has continued to progress, playing off the line, actually, as much as you might think it is a defensive maneuver, at times it can also create a lot of offense for you.
Well, it depends on how far back you are, but I think general rule, one step, you're not too far back where you can't still hit a good counter, and a lot of times that extra reaction time will help you hit it a little bit better.
Point.
I need all the reaction time. I need like 3 steps out of the kitchen line.
1-0-1. Second serve.
Trying to float that drop. New ball. Maybe a little different contact for Ben Johns. Nearly finding the baseline. It's interesting, you watch Ben Johns, and even when you think he might be slightly challenged, or maybe he's in an uncomfortable position, he still comes up with a beautiful dink and makes it look like he's got more time than he does.
Yeah, he never really looks rushed out there. That's a combination of anticipation, efficiency with his footwork, and just match experience. Being here many, many times, he's very comfortable on the big stages.
3-0-2.
Watch him when he's chasing a slice coming his direction that may end up behind his body. There's no panic.
Point.
Yeah, I like the move from Fote there of using his legs, running around, finding a forehand, but great job by Ben Johns, pinning him back in that backhand corner on the very next ball.
Point.
Cutting off the angle before it hit the ground.
Yeah, and Stone has sped up cross court to Ben Johns a few times this match. Had success early, but you got to be careful doing that too many times against the #1 player in the world.
Point.
Ben reaching in.
Yeah, it's so challenging when you're on the other side of that, trying to predict where that attack is going and doing enough with it to get it through his re-counter on the very next ball.
This is the last men's quarterfinal, as our semifinals have been set. The winner of this will play the 4 seed in Callan, Dawson, and Hayden Patriquin. That's a perfect counter on the forehand side of Collin Johns.
Yeah, and right now, Fote and Stone are just trying to do anything they can to get on board, taking some chances, but Collin Johns, excellent at counter punching, used to getting attacked on that side, playing with his brother.
Point.
I was going to say, I think that ball was as close as it gets.
Yeah, you don't see Ben Johns speed up with the two-handed off the bounce very often. Expecting see him add that more to his game as the year progresses.
6-1-1.
The other men's semifinal, Dylan Frazier and Matt Wright facing off against Pablo Tellez and Federico Staksrud.
Second serve.
2 versus 3.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that matchup. I think that's going to be a very tight one.
This might be one of the few times we actually have the 1, 2, 3, 4 seeds all in the semifinals. The rarity on the Carvana PPA Tour.
Point. 7-1-2. Side out.
Nice read from Fote.
1-7-1.
It looks
Second
like the
serve.
same shot or the same arm motion from Ben Johns, but it has two different directions.
Yeah, there's no real tell in his body, and he's capable of putting
1-7-2.
it just about anywhere on the court and make his opponents just always be guessing.
The wrist, the last lever of deception.
Side out.
It's got to be so frustrating playing these two.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a very good team in Todd Fote and Wyatt Stone, but you
7-1-1.
see them feeling press, like they have to do more because there just aren't very many unforced errors on the other side of the net.
Point.
There's no doubt this is a good team as they took down the number 8 seed to get into this, like you mentioned, of Julian Arnold and
8-1-1.
Thomas Wilson. That was in 3 games played.
Second serve.
Ben being very aggressive with his
8-1-2.
court positioning at the moment. You can tell he can kind of see that finish line right now.
Side out.
A chance now for Fote and Stone to put a few more on the board.
1-8-1. Second serve.
I like it, though. He had the 2 hands on the counter.
Yeah, oftentimes using that second hand will help you when you're reaching for the backhand. You can get a little bit more on the counter. Just couldn't quite convert on that occasion.
One 8-2. Side out.
Nice return. One of the toughest things here in Colorado is finding your drop. There's no doubt about that. With the high
1-1.
elevation, that ball is going to stay up.
Point.
Pushes that one down the line.
Yeah, and you could see that Stone knew the attack was coming, but again, he has no idea as to where it's coming. Very tough if you're put in a position where you feel like you almost have to guess.
Second
so it's
serve.
no longer about being able to disguise your attack. I guess it's more so about being able to find
9-1-2.
your spots on the attack.
Sure, I mean, if you can disguise, that, you know, makes it even more effective, but even without disguise, if you can mix up spin and location, makes it very tough on your opponents.
Point.
Especially if you have that kind of hand speed to back it up.
Match point now for Ben and
10-1-2.
Collin.
Side out.
There's nothing Ben could do there.
Yeah, Stone is all smiles there. If you can tag the #1
1-10-1.
player in the world and have him fooled, you know you did a pretty good job on that speed up.
Point.
Ben showing frustration, which is wild as they obviously are sitting at the 10-2 mark.
Well, you see what a perfectionist he is. Always expects to play a high level and give nothing
Second
away.
serve. 2-10-2. Side out.
Another shot for match point for Ben and Collin.
10-2-1. Point game match.
And the match is sealed by Ben and Collin Johns, mirroring scores 11-2, 11-2 as they are moving on and fill the last role in the semifinals. They will face off against Callan, Dawson and Hayden Patriquin.
To maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds, look no further. Thorlo pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlo.com.
Play hard. For fun. To win. To live. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream to let you play on. Deep penetrating relief without greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor. Inspired by nature and 100% guaranteed. Try Penetrax and play on.
Welcome back to Cherry Creek, Colorado for the O-Snap Denver Open. Men's doubles just finished up for quarterfinal action as Ben and Collin remain on top, 11-2, 11-2. A little hype guys out on championship court, as are the other two hype guys. And Ben and Collin, congratulations to the both of you picking up a solid win in rather efficient form. So Collin, I'll start with you. Playing against this team, what were some of the things you had to keep in mind in terms of strategy, or was it just about a level of execution?
Yeah, it's certainly about a level of execution here in the altitude. Just try to play clean. It's not easy out here. It can be frustrating because the ball's flying, and it's really warm out here, so the ball's playing soft. But a couple things to note against those guys is they both have good backhand counters, so when you're attacking, be aware of that. And Todd Ernie's well, and he attacks well out of the air off the backhand. So those are a few notes going into the match, but I felt like we executed well.
Ben, so obviously watching your matches for a long time, you're very, very comfortable just staying in that cross-court backhand dink pattern. But I've seen you add in a couple of off-the-bounce, two-handed attacks to the person in front of you with your hand speed. Is that a play that you're looking to add in and use more?
Yeah, you know, I think anytime you can add more shots, more aggression, it certainly applies more pressure to your opponents. So when they know you have even more weapons offensively, it's certainly going to make them make more errors. So yeah, I've been messing around with that one for a while, as well as the two-handed follow-up. So yeah, it's still a work in progress, but it'll get there.
Looking pretty good to me.
All right, well, you guys working on the creativity. I love to see it out on championship court. Congratulations, moving on to the semifinals. Well, let's take a look back to the quarterfinals here as Ben and Collin picked up the win over Wyatt Stone and Todd Fote. 11-2, 11-2. They said it was all about execution in this one.
Well, and they executed very well. Like they said, very tough with the altitude, but they gave very little away and just took kind of the wind out of the sails of Stone and Fote right out of the gate.
Well, next we head to the women's pro draw. Irvine, Wright, Schneemann, and David, the 3 versus the 6.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Everyone needs good returns. And hey, you know who else loves good returns? That's Vint, as well as myself and Kyle. So let's take a look at a solid return right here. One from Ben Johns. He works with that top spin return, creating a little extra pressure. But hey, if you want to learn more and you want to find a great place to go for better returns, head to vint.co. It's an investment platform working to provide returns through alternative assets. They make it possible for investors big and small to diversify their portfolio with fine wines and rare spirits. That's right, the SEC qualified offerings that you can add to your investment portfolio. Learn more at vint.co. Again, at vint.co. Head on over. I'm going to tell you right now, it is an epic place to go. I went there yesterday afternoon thanks to some nice little ads coming my direction. It's a pretty nice platform.
All right, they got you to check it out. I like it.
They did. There's no doubt about it. But it's time to head to the women's side of the draw. A fun combination of Vivian David and Lacey Schneemann about to take championship court. What do you like so much about this duo?
Well, to be honest, I'd have to look. I'm not sure if I've seen them play before, so another either brand new partnership or very new partnership. Vivian David, excellent complimentary piece to just about anybody that she plays with. Such a supportive partner and has a lot of game. And then Lacey Schneemann is a player on the rise. She recently decided to go full-time with pickleball, so expect her to just get better and better the more she concentrates on the game.
Well, this is a fantastic matchup as they will face off. First, the 3 seed, Jessie Irvine and Etta Wright. That will be coming up on the other side of this break.
And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
AlloMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it. I use it.
I use it. AlloMD, Acute Relief Cream.
Corner booths, sticky floors, catching breaks, and second wins. You never forget the way some things taste. Great taste, 96 calories. Tastes like Miller time.
We made our own tequila, so we'd always have a reason to get together, so you'd always have a reason to get together. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
Is brought to you by Roar Organic. squared. Guaranteed rate. Hurts. Pickleball Central. Select Medical. Skechers. And by O-Snap. Your title sponsor here for the O-Snap Denver Open. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie as we get set for another championship matchup. It's time for the women's quarterfinals as Jessie Irvine and Etta Wright are the 3 seed, a duo that we cannot wait to see play together versus Lacey Schneemann and Vivian David. It's a 3 versus 6 now getting warmed up. How might these partnerships come together?
Well, yeah, it's a bit like musical chairs at times here in the Carvana PPA Tour. We're familiar with all these ladies as they are at the top of the game, but not familiar with them as the duos that they have here today. So I would say with Vivian David and Lacey Schneemann, they have the edge as far as foot speed. They're a little smaller in stature. They're a little bit quicker, in my opinion, and a little more capable of playing more of an up-tempo style, whereas Etta Wright and Jessie Irvine are both very patient players. They really don't give away much at the kitchen line and probably have a little bit more finishing power on some of those counters as well. So we'll see if that slightly faster or up-tempo style might work for Schneemann and David. But again, all 4 players are very capable of playing traditional pickleball and working the point.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned it because it is so fun as you take a look now at Etta Wright on screen. But these different styles, it all comes down to your unique skill set and your athleticism. Etta Wright is somebody that has had quite a mark on the women's side of the draw because she's capable of generating great power on the left side, utilizing only one hand. And it's really been propelling so many of these other pros to be able to create pace and power. Lacey Schneemann also somebody who loves to sit on that left side and create offense.
No, absolutely. Speaking about Etta Wright specifically, so many of the ladies are used to that two-handed backhand where they'll often stand off the line, but that gives their opponents more space to dink. Etta Wright does a great job of taking dinks out of the air, using that one hand to maximize her reach and attack balls that really aren't popped up very high at all.
Well, Lacey Schneemann has a little bit of a different approach playing that left side as she's more often to be running around the backhand and utilizing her very deceptive forehand. So watch for that in this specific matchup. Jessie Irvine, one of the best at creating power in the transition zone, really utilizing her length on the outstretched arm and so consistent in her dink. So just a little glimpse into these 4 pros, great athletes here on the Carvana PPA Tour.
Game 1,
let's see how the strategy might unfold. If you're starting off for Jessie Irvine and Etta Wright, where might you look to send some of those third shots?
I think you're going to want to test Lacey Schneemann specifically on the backhand here early. Vivian David so comfortable on the right side. I think Schneemann has more of an attacking arsenal, but I think her play can dip a little bit more at times than Vivian David, who's just so steady.
0-0-1.
So first ball now completed. Vivian David on the serve. And there's going to be some questions. Who's covered middle?
But we did see an attempt for that up-tempo style like we expected. It looked like a shake and bake gone wrong a little bit there. Just a little bit of confusion on that first point.
And there's the one-hand ball from Etta Wright. Perfectly on cue as she reaches in above the kitchen.
Second serve.
Not a usual shot we see out of Jessie Irvine. Normally going to take the patient route and drop and try to work the point a little longer.
Great combination, reaching for that forehand and staying steady with her feet.
Yeah, and we talked about her willingness to lean in, give her opponent a smaller target, and it's paying dividends for her so far.
It's also fun just in terms of the training regimen for these athletes. Lacey Schneemann plays oftentimes at the courts at Piccadilly, as does Jessie Irvine, as that's where she trains out of Los Angeles. So these two know each other's game
2-0-2.
very, very well, playing head-to-head.
Side out.
Etta was all over it.
Yeah, it's definitely one she wants back, but we're seeing a little bit of that power difference early here from Irvine and Wright. Their counters are on point to the best in the game. We'll see how David and Schneemann can adjust as the match progresses.
The ATP from Jessie Irvine. So if you're playing a team with great counters, does that mean you just become that much more reluctant as you see the ATP go to speed up the ball, or is it more just you got to pick and choose?
Yeah, you're just more selective about when you do it, and it's much more about the location that you go. Almost everyone counters better from certain sides or certain locations, so it's about choosing that location a little bit better than just kind of freely firing.
Side out.
Trying to cover middle on the backhand. Lacey Schneemann getting pretty aggressive, coming over to find that third.
2-1-1.
Yeah, I'd like to see if they're going to do the shake and bake for Lacey Schneemann to kind of stop after she drives. It seems like she's creating confusion by crashing in and crowding her partner going for the poach.
Point.
I always like watching Vivian David from the right side, still using her volley off the backhand, her ability to kind of redirect that ball. And it's not really much of a cut per se, it's a unique contact. She kind of rolls off the edge of it. Right there's a good look. There's another one.
Yeah, you know, she can get more reach by trusting the backhand there, and it's an awkward motion to try to cut that inside out, but she kind of just opens the face and pushes inside out. So even if there is a little backspin, she's not really trying to add anything extra.
It's nice she has a consistent shot from that range. So oftentimes that ball can create problems off the left foot if somebody lets it bounce.
1-3-1.
Big offense from Lacey Schneemann.
Yeah, she was in absolute control at that point, just kept firing, kept her balance, and eventually was able to get it through.
2-3-1.
Lacey Schneemann attended USC, where she was a Trojan, played club tennis there. Trailing to find the ATP, but it's not in bounds.
Yeah, I think she realized that it was going to open up just a split second late and wasn't able to get around this one.
Side out.
Just catching the interior of her paddle. It happens.
Even to the pros once in a while.
It was interesting yesterday getting out on the courts here in Colorado, because as much as we've been talking to each one of these pros about the conditions, it really is unique and that ball really will fly. But with the high temps, it also is a bit mushy, so it plays different than I would say 90% of our tour stops.
Yeah, it's much easier to make unforced errors on routine shots, so these pros have to be very dialed in mentally throughout the entire point, even if it seems like an easy shot.
Nice thing is, by day 3, they should definitely be dialed.
Yeah, right. The advantage of playing all events, right? You're very warmed up by the third day.
Ball called out of bounds. I thought that actually hit.
It looked like it hit to
Not
me
clear enough to
in
overturn.
live motion. We'll see if we can get a replay here or possibly a challenge.
Here's a look. Real quick.
Irvine called it right away.
Tough to tell from that angle.
Out.
And I think Jessie instead just overturned her own call,
2-3-1.
calling that ball inbounds.
Yeah, I think it's the right move. Credit to her.
Jessie on the left. Oh my goodness, that is the shot of the day. Jessie Irvine, so crafty.
Yeah, she created as sharp an angle as you'll ever see on a cross-court dink. That was unbelievable.
Side out.
All I have to say is I've never seen Ben Johns do that.
Yeah, no, put him on
3,
blast
2, 1.
here. He needs to up that. I don't think I've seen a sharper angle
No, I'm
ever.
just saying for the best role in the game, that was pretty impressive from Jessie Irvine.
Absolutely.
I'm not putting him on blast. Come on now. Don't throw me under the bus.
I'm trying to start the drama, Cameron. I'm trying to start it.
Don't go there. Thought we were a team.
3, 2, 2.
I'll go down with you. It's okay. And you see the unique motion that Lacey Schneemann has. She holds the paddle in that forehand to the last second, uses a little bit more wrist at the end of her stroke than a lot of the other players.
2, 3,
Gives her
1.
that extra little bit of spin.
I liked that shot, though, from Vivian David as she kind of pushes that ball up the line, and her motion
2, 3,
continues
2.
to be ready for that next shot.
Side out.
Yeah, Schneemann trying to drive there. Sensed that Irvine was just a little bit late coming in off the short return, but couldn't quite clear the net.
3-2. Lead still remains for Irvine and Wright.
3, 2, 1. Second serve.
Sometimes your best option on
3,
those
2,
deep
2.
returns is almost utilizing a little bit more of that hybrid. You saw Etta try to go for it. And a ton of topspin. And still plenty of pace.
Side out.
Yeah, heavy balls from David and Schneemann there, utilizing that swinging volley, sweeping across their body on those shoulder height balls.
2, 3, 1.
Another
Second
style of Schneemann that's a little bit unique is she'll hit her thirds, whether drop or drive, and immediately run in a couple of steps. So if she does
2,
leave
3,
it high, she'll be a little bit more vulnerable, but if she plays a good shot, she's already in a position to play offense.
Side out.
You make a great point. It was interesting. I was watching Anna Leigh and Anna Bright, Anna Leigh Waters and Anna Bright play.
3, 2, 1.
And just recognizing kind of the uniqueness of their third shots. They actually hit with a good amount of depth, and it's a little bit more of a linear drop.
Yeah, it is more of those, the hybrid like you were talking about.
Oh, I like that from Schneemann.
Second serve.
Yeah, short, compact backswing. Nice location there. Surprised Etta Wright as that ball got on her very
3,
fast.
2, 2.
You want to talk about some cuts? Both Jessie Irvine and Lacey Schneemann playing with their feet outside the court at this point.
Yeah, I thought Irvine was maybe going to go around the post, but she's able to get her feet around the ball
4,
and knife
2,
it
2.
back with an even sharper angle. She's been all about her angles so far.
Nice reach
Side
in
out.
and roll.
Yeah, you heard Jessie Irvine tell her partner out, but so tough to get out of the way in time.
Two, 4, 1. Second
Two
serve.
shots for Etta Wright, just 30 years old, out of American Fork, Utah. She's actually born in New Zealand. They grew up in California.
2-4-2.
Now residing in Utah.
Plenty of professional talent in that state. A lot of players on tour reside there.
She also went on to Brigham Young University in Hawaii. She played a barrage of sports. Lacey finding some movement now at the kitchen line.
Yeah, and she's not just making her dink, she's really knifing those with a lot of backspin, allowing her team to dictate and making the other team take risk if they want to do something more with that ball.
Lacey trying to take over.
Yeah, making Jessie Irvine work in that transition zone. She had a couple of good digs, but just a little too high on the last one.
2-4-1.
Tough serve from David.
Yeah, especially with the backspin type of returns. Those can
3-4-1.
really float here in the altitude.
There's the counter from Etta Wright.
Yeah, you saw that Vivian David sped up forehand and tried to switch and stay forehand. That's usually where that counter will come. But when you attack somebody with a two-handed backhand, they have the ability to turn on that ball and catch it just a little bit earlier. Can often throw off that counter location.
I feel like it's almost easier with that two-hand backhand to pull it back cross court.
Yeah, there's more body rotation in the stroke.
4-3-1.
Clean for Etta Wright.
Yeah, great court awareness. You saw how she took her time, waited till the last second, knew that the angle would be there.
5-3-1.
Like a machine, Jessie Irvine.
It's a very aggressive dink from that position. You could see it surprised Vivian David how much angle Irvine was able to get on that shot from that position.
There's different ways to create offense, and Jessie Irvine finds some through the transition zone.
Let's have better time with this. Our advanced formulas are made of plant source omega-3s from 9 nutritious foods. Green fat isn't anti-aging, it's pro-aging. Have better time with green fat.
We know him as Dave Fleming, but his real name's Dave Fleming. Obviously, one of the great voices in the game of pickleball. I think What is this guy doing? Is he VIP? Is he considered VIP?
Well, I don't know how he does it. He goes from 5 hours in the booth, and the guy's still talking,
He's
right?
still chatting.
He's just still the voice, no matter where he is.
Dave, don't you worry. You are definitely a
15
VIP.
seconds. 1 timeout.
Got a chance to get him out on the court yesterday afternoon.
Oh, yeah, for
Got
those
some
that
game.
don't know, Dave's got plenty of game.
So tricky.
A beautiful two-handed backhand.
Oh, yes. And a wicked serve. Man needs a full runway to serve.
Pretty good with the lob yesterday, too, in altitude. I don't know how he did that.
Second serve.
Missed ink, but a 3-point advantage for Irvine and Wright. Women's quarterfinal action.
6-3-2. Side out.
Our last women's
Ball's out.
quarterfinal is currently underway on the grandstand. Lucy Kovalova playing alongside Lea Jansen
3-6-1.
as the 2 seed, facing off against the Brasha sisters, Mary and Maggie.
Second
Trying
serve.
to push that ball with a little bit more pace.
Yeah, it was just slightly below the height of the net. If she could have
3-6-2.
dropped the head of the paddle, maybe could have cleared the net there.
Side out.
Great location on that counter from Irvine. Was able to get the outside hip of Vivian David,
6-3-1.
knowing that she's leaning towards the middle. Well done.
Point.
Tough on the extension. When you have a wrist that is as effective as Lacey Schneeman, sometimes it can get away from you.
Yeah, I think it should have been better
7-3-1.
serve just going middle there. It's really awkward with that one-handed backhand. Outside your stance, pulling it back cross court.
Just great wrist flexibility on Schneeman. Jessie on the right. It's also fun in watching her play alongside Etta, both having to switch at times from the right and left. Jessie being able to create offense on both sides.
No, this is really a natural partnership. They can both play either side very effectively, and they have a very
8-3-1.
similar tempo that they're both comfortable in.
And also quite
Point.
similar through the transition zone in terms of their approach.
Yeah, they obviously have the skill set to play more aggressive, but they're very comfortable playing that
9-3-1.
methodical, conventional pickleball.
Trying to
Second
scoop
serve.
that one out.
Yeah, it's the one location I don't necessarily love the lob in that transition zone. Usually you're
9-3-2.
better off just trying to dig that back to keep it shallow and keep your ball as unattackable as possible.
Oh, there it is for Vivian David. This crowd better be giving her some love. That was an amazing shot.
And that's the type of point that can change momentum and switch things around. Beautifully executed here from Vivian David.
3-9-1.
Etta Wright had to go full flamingo there, and a different kind. Usually I say that when they're reaching into the kitchen.
Second
That one is
serve.
just to protect her toes.
3-9-2. Point.
Great grab from Lacey Schneeman. That had to be perfect.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You could see how hard Irvine was leaning
4-9-2.
in, just was able to get that barely low enough to make it a missable attack.
Side out.
So still knotted up at not knotted up. It feels like it because we've been stuck at 6-3 for a good minute now.
Been a lot of side outs in this one,
9-4-1.
absolutely.
I guess a better word is maybe more so a stalemate.
Yeah. Definitely been that type of match so far.
Second serve.
Each of these pros making the other team earn it.
9-4-2. Point.
Yeah, it looked like Schneemann was kind of surprised by the pop-up there. Tried to go 100% flat and couldn't quite clear the tape.
10-4-2. Side out.
I like the changeup going towards the line, recognizing Jessie just off the line.
4-10-1. Second serve.
Nasty. Keeping those feet square to the kitchen line and reaching in.
But we talked about them having the edge in just overall power. Etta Wright putting it on display. Great use of the shoulder.
4-10-2. Side out.
Oh, that time off the net and not as fortunate of a bounce.
10-4-1. Point.
And knocking the hat off her head, off her own paddle. Jessie Irvine and Etta Wright end up with game number 1, 11-4. A little bit of a lopsided score, but that doesn't tell the whole story whatsoever. This was actually much closer than it looks on the scoreboard. We'll have game 2 after this.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
It starts right here.
Time to head to game number 2 for women's quarterfinals. Etta Wright and Jessie Irvine put together a beautiful performance against Lacey Schneemann and her partner Vivian David, 11-4. But we did like what we saw from Vivian David and Lacey Schneemann, maybe just finding 1 to 2, maybe 3 extra points going their direction could change the momentum.
Yeah, it was a very close 11-4. There were a lot of side outs. You know, they started very aggressive and then they got very patient for a stretch there. I think they need to find kind of a balance between the two. Yes, patience is great, but against this team that loves the slow game, that has a little bit more reach, they're going to need to take some calculated offensive chances. Even if it doesn't work out every time, it just needs to work out more than 50%, and you got a chance at winning the match.
0-0-2.
A bit of an update from around the tournament. The women's draw, Lucy Kovalova and Lea Jansen versus Mary and Maggie Brasha out on the grandstand. Just finished up game number 1. It was 12-10 in the first with Lucy and Lea taking the advantage. Now on to game 2.
1-0-2.
These two teams, or the winners of those 2 matches, would face off in the semifinal. The other semifinal set with Leigh Waters, Anna Bright versus Yana Newell and Lauren Stratman.
Point.
Couple of early errors here, just what the doctor ordered if you're Schneemann and David.
3-0-2.
gosh, I need to figure out how to hit that shot.
Yeah, it's a lot of shoulder, and you see the put-away power that they both possess. All set up, though, by a beautiful misdirect attack out of the air from Jessie Irvine. That's what got her team ahead. Partner was able to put it away.
You know, I'm glad you bring up setups because there's been some conversation in the Twitter sphere about keeping stats, and one of the most important that some of these pros think is assists, the setup.
Yeah, I mean, we're so new at the sport. It's, you know, we're getting to the point where stats are going to be a bigger part of the game. Now it's the conversation about what stats are the most relevant, but definitely the setup or getting your team ahead is a noteworthy one to keep track of.
I know it sounds silly, but sometimes a setup shot can be 3 shots before the final stroke, though. So it's going to be a little hard in terms of deciphering. It's not just a 1 shot and then the preceding one ends up with the finish.
Yeah, could be a little bit subjective as to who decides where the setup actually occurs.
3-0-1.
Great serve by Schneemann.
Point.
Yeah, and when you can get that much depth on the serve, you disrupt the weight transfer. Oftentimes, the returner is going to be late coming in, and you can get to the net before they can.
Second serve.
Trying to find the 3rd shot drive.
4-0-2. Side out.
And a missed opportunity for David and Schneemann.
Yeah, Schneemann's just got to shake that one off. She did a great job of finding a good location on her first speed up to get them ahead. She'll make that 99 times out of 100.
And that is why you put your paddle in that direction. Great shot from Schneemann.
Yeah, showing some variety with the backhand volley, just cutting that for a sharp angle.
Little Trojan on Bruin crime right there.
Side out.
Jessie Irvine out of UCLA. Didn't necessarily
4-0-1.
at the collegiate level for tennis, but grew up training. She even went through her own tennis academy journey, dealt with a few injuries, like so many of us through our athletic careers, and was fortunate enough to find the game of pickleball.
So many great stories out there like that.
Point.
Etta Wright coming from just about every sport background. I even saw in something that she played some touch rugby. I'm like, this gal, netball, touch rugby, badminton. Every time I think I have a full list of the sports, all of a sudden I'm like, there more and more pop up. I'm like, what did Etta Wright not play?
Well, no wonder she stormed on the pro pickleball scene when she did. Did not take her a long time to start seeing some strong results. But right now, Schneemann and David, it is all them playing their style here in game 2.
Pack all the things. Fly on your schedule. Reward yourself and the girls whenever. stay or go when you wanna. And more is on the way. So when you're ready to go, go with heart. Go with Southwest.
Timeouts.
All Lacey Schneemann and Vivian David here in the quarterfinals in game number 2, a 6-0 advantage in the second. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie. Welcome to Colorado.
Point.
Etta trying to find something on the forehand.
Yeah, I wouldn't say too low to attack, but probably too low to attack that flat. You might need to add a little bit more spin when you're trying to attack a ball just slightly below the height of the net.
Point.
Always fun to watch Vivian David up at the kitchen line. Just an incredible amount of hip mobility, her ability to drop down and find a volley lower than most and still be able to move her feet at that point.
A little controlled chaos here.
That's a great description, controlled chaos. After the shake and bake attempt, that's one of the first we've now seen in about a game and a half.
Yeah, they've been playing up-tempo, but haven't necessarily gone to the shake and bake. They've more done the drive-drop combo, or sometimes Lacey Schneemann will just drive and crash herself.
Looking for the ATP, instead finds the post.
Yeah, looks like she did have just a sliver to work with, but couldn't quite convert.
1-8-1.
It's interesting. You watch that line to line. If they can get Vivian David to pop one the direction of Etta Wright, Etta's putting a wicked amount of cut on that ball cross court. It's an attack without it actually being a speed up. Combo 1-2 punch from Etta Wright.
Yeah, beautifully measured. Speeds up with the forehand, quickly puts the left hand on the paddle and finishes it with that big two-hander.
3-8-1.
Vivian David not shy to take the ball out of the air right now.
Yeah, she's very comfortable on that right side, but this is the tempo that Irvine and Wright want to play. They want to slow things down.
Point.
Quick strike from Etta Wright.
Yeah, they're able to use that length, reach in, can attack a little bit better out of the air and give their opponents just a slightly smaller target than they're offering.
And in the blink of an eye, a 5-point run for Irvine and Wright.
This is why you just have to stay aggressive. A few points ago, we saw Etta Wright miss a forehand out of the air attack. She didn't shy away from it, and I think she's made her next three, put her team in a position to maybe come back here in game 2. Very close to the baseline there.
Point.
Make it a 6-point run.
Timeout receivers, 6-8-2.
Time to take a timeout if you are Schneemann and David. All of a sudden it feels like you've lost the advantage.
Well, pickleball is known for its runs, and the last few points have been much more the style that Irvine and Wright want to play.
Stay in the game with OS First Socks and Compression. Chosen by pro athletes for comfort, injury prevention, and muscle recovery. a champion with compression zone technology for support where you need it and the flexibility to make your move. Gear up like a pro and step into greatness.
A 6-point run on the opposite side of the net from Schneemann and David. They still have 2 points in terms of an advantage in game number 2, but they have to slow them down on the other side between Irvine and Wright. How might they do it?
Well, yeah, you know, a certain amount of it is, you know, with them returning here, they're not really wanting to slow them down. They're wanting to keep them off the line at first, right? But at that point, they're going to have to work the point. I think that working a few more middle dinks might not be a bad choice here. Both Etta Wright and Jessie Irvine very comfortable in those cross-court patterns.
That was some aggressive court positioning from Vivian David, trying to push to the forehand.
Yeah, but right now it's just been those slight mistakes, slight pop-ups that Irvine and Wright are able to take advantage of with their technique of leaning in and using that length.
Side out.
And a side out finally coming for Schneemann and David, very much needed.
But they're able to go on a big run there, really close the gap. I believe they were down 8-0, so it's quite an accomplishment, applying that scoreboard pressure.
Point. 9-7-1.
Score is actually 9-7.
Second serve.
Nice job by Etta Wright finding the feet of Vivian David there in the transition zone.
9-7-2.
Wait until the very last second. Etta Wright gets an ATP off the net.
Yeah, and these pros know that the moment that ball bounces or hits the net, that the angle is going to probably open up pretty severely, so she was very prepared to go around the post.
Score 7-9, just first serve for Irvine and Wright.
Second serve. Seven, 9-2.
Some help from the net.
Yeah, the net giveth and taketh away. We've seen it go both directions the last couple of points.
That's a new one. I like that. So quick as Vivian David to get back.
And Lacey Schneemann as well was everywhere on this point. Plays an amazing slice on the run, able to go around the post, and her partner's there to cover.
10-7-1.
Game point for Schneemann and David.
Second serve.
Believe that landed.
10-7-2.
Oh, that's close. Trying to find the ball off the shoulder.
Yeah, great footwork there by Etta Wright to clear her body, slide to the side, to be able to counter with that two-handed backhand. Got on Schneemann very quick.
And after all that work, Schneemann, oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, great point by all four ladies, but right now the hand speed of Etta Wright is a real difference maker. She's able to get them out of trouble with some great counters.
8-10-1. Second serve.
Second serve, 1 point has been added since the side out. Irvine and Wright looking to close out game 2 in the match.
8-10-2.
Although they trail. Love the way Lacey Schneemann just stole that one out of the air, just reducing the amount of time.
Yeah, they were on defense for the majority of that point. They did a good job of limiting the aggression, specifically of Etta Wright, and now they've got some more game points here to work with.
Second serve.
Another shot at game point, looking to push this to a third. Are Schneemann and David.
Etta Wright getting much more aggressive, but not taking unnecessary chances, just really maximizing her lean.
10-8-2.
Anything she can attack out of the air, she's taking advantage of at the moment.
Side out.
Schneemann with a hop, skip, and a jump there. Always a little bit of frustration carry over. Feels like that ball should go over, but they're going to have to fight hard to keep their lead.
8-10-1. Second serve.
Good eye is right on the money, letting that one fall out of bounds.
It's especially tough to leave those when you're the one who returned and you're running in to stop on a dime and duck. Well done by David there.
8-10-2. Side out.
Trying to create is Jessie Irvine.
And again, I would say the altitude makes those off-speed flick attacks that much tougher. Once that ball catches the air, really has a tendency to sail.
Servers, 10-8-1.
So they're going to take a pause here at 10-8.
So yeah, Schneemann and David here just need to settle themselves. They know they've had a couple of chances here at game points. This is just all about picking your best pattern, your best play, talking with your partner, deciding what you're going to do depending on where the return is, and just comes down to executing 1 point to even out this match.
Well, all four of these pros have great paddles in hand, and hey, a very, very epic paddle now out on the market. Meet the Versix Raw. This is the official paddle of the Snap Denver Open. Again, the Versix Raw, brought to you by Versix Pickleball. The sweet spot of price and performance. It's almost like they knew I liked alliteration.
I like that. Sweet spot of price and performance.
Important to note that Lucy Kovalova and Lea Jansen have secured their spot into the semifinals. the number 2 seed overall. So the winner of this current match on championship court will face them in semifinal action.
Time in. 10-8-1.
I'm so impressed Jessie Irvine can pull that wide.
Yeah, easy to do to over-rotate on that two-hander, but I love her court positioning here, and I think this is why she counters it so well. She's off the line, gives her a little bit more time to deal with the attack as her opponents are overreaching a bit.
Lacey Schneemann closes out the middle and closes out game number 2, which means for this quarterfinal, we get to keep going. Game number 3, the deciding game to see who will move on to the semifinals. Schneemann and David versus Irvine and Wright.
Rick Barry, I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
LMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it. AlloMD, Acute Relief Cream.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Oh, will you pause it real quick? Just sold the car to Carvana. Okay, hit play, please.
What? When did you do that?
I just did it the other day. All I had to do was enter the VIN or license plate, answer a couple of questions, and got a real offer in seconds. Then they just picked up the car and paid me right on the spot.
I can finally quit my job and become an actor. No, you're right.
Sell your car at Carvana.com today.
So much fun here in Denver, Colorado. I love that. That's so true. That shirt. I can't. I have pickleball. I think most of the United States has heard that at one point or another and has had plans diverted by a person in their community saying, sorry, I can't make that dinner. I've got pickleball.
I feel like that's half the texts that I send or something very similar to that. So another lady who's clearly caught the bug. She's in good company here in Denver.
0-0-2.
Let's get to game 3 of our last and final quarterfinal before we head off to the semis for both men's and women's pro doubles.
And even though Schneemann and David took that second game to even things out, it felt like the momentum was starting to shift back to Irvine and Wright. They were starting to play more their tempo, so it's important that Schneemann and David kind of set the tone here to play to their advantage, which is a little bit faster when they can.
Second serve.
One of the best spirits out on the pickleball court, Vivian David.
0-0-2. Side out.
Yeah, going for that shake and bake. I don't mind the play at all, especially with Vivian David with that two-handed backhand in the middle.
Heavy forehand from
serve.
David.
Zero, 0-2.
Vivian David utilizing carbon paddle.
Point.
Oh, just a hair late for Vivian David.
Yeah, she was trying to slide to create the space, but good timing, catching her moving by Etta Wright on the speed up there.
1-0-2.
She didn't miss time that one.
Yeah, and we've seen a pattern lately with Etta Wright going with more third shot drives right at the backhand of Vivian David. I think she's feeling like David's not hurting her with getting much depth on that volley, so that's a pattern we'll have to continue to look for.
Whipping it, Vivian David.
The second ATP that we've seen from her, and that was significantly more difficult than the first one, in my opinion. Didn't have a lot of room to work with. Perfect execution.
1-1-1.
I think, did she get her? I don't
Second
know.
serve. One, 2.
Second serve. Jessie Irvine just playing with her food.
Yeah, she absolutely had Lacey Schneemann on a string that entire point. Schneemann doing all she can, but being pushed heavily out wide with some nice angles from Irvine.
Again, fun to see Jessie on that left side. So often we see her on the right now. She can do some damage over there.
Yeah, great cross-court dinker from either side.
Point. Two, 1-1. Football.
A football called, and I'm not sure on who. Maybe Lacey?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out myself, Cameron. Yep, I think it's the momentum.
Oh, right
there after the volley.
Wow. That's a tough call.
Yeah, it's a great call. Great job by
3-1-1.
Irvine, recognizing that Schneemann just gave her a little bit of space up the alley.
Let's serve, reserve.
Reserve.
3-1-1. Second serve.
Needing a little more lift.
3-1-2. Side out.
Call was out of bounds off the serve.
Yeah, very close. Looked like Schneemann went ahead and made the call
1-3-1.
for her partner on that occasion.
Point.
Always nice to get some missed returns
2-3-1.
when you have a little bit of a deficit.
Point.
Tying it up at 3 apiece is Lacey Schneemann.
Yeah, Irvine thought that she'd surprise Schneemann there with the cross-court attack, but Schneemann wasn't fooled, ready with the forehand to cover that right hip.
That ball
Second
is
serve.
bounced.
And again, the finishing power that both these ladies possess in Irvine and Wright is one of the things that can separate them from a lot of the other strong teams.
3-3-2. Point.
Another missed return in this same sequence.
4-3-2. Side out.
It's a nice compact counter there from Etta Wright. Realized she was in trouble. Great anticipation from her.
Schneemann and David now with the advantage as Jessie Irvine checks the ball. Maybe a bit of a wobble here in the high temps.
Yeah, it looks like she may ask for a replacement ball. That thing's getting a little bit too mushy. It won't, won't play true, and none of the players want that.
Checking this one out. For all you amateurs out there, just like me, that's a good way to assess the shape of the ball. Knock it up and see how that thing spins in the air.
3-4-1. I'll recall.
Checking the ball now.
Three, 4-1. Second
Lacey
serve.
Schneemann with a knife.
Yeah, the level of aggression and cut on that ball has been a big difference maker for them in this match.
Sounded like a game of Clue. Lacey Schneemann with a knife in the kitchen.
Point.
About a foot long, but you don't mind the idea tied up 4-piece.
No, not at all. If she's intentionally going for the high location, I'd maybe mix up the location of the attack just because of the altitude, but I like her taking some calculated chances and revving up the tempo.
Off the miss stings, but great work through the transition zone. You said it, the word rev, and I think that's an appropriate word to be used right now. Game number 3, halfway through in this women's quarterfinal.
Side out.
Who's going to start to climb the ladder?
Four, 5-1.
Playing with a bit more tempo now.
Second serve.
Yeah, David maybe just overreached a little bit there, and whenever you're in front of your partner, reaching for the middle is often going to be an easier shot for the partner who's
Referee
behind
timeout.
Taking a referee timeout here. Make sure our net is all set.
Time in. 4-5-2. Point.
Yeah, nice use of that inside foot dink. You could see how Etta Wright was caught trying to cut that ball. Very tough to do from that position if you don't have much preparation time.
Oh, tough ball. Needed an extra step to get there.
Yeah, and I don't mind the play at all there from Vivian David. That ball did sit up. It looked like she was going to be able to get there. Just kind of have to put that one out of your memory and move on.
5-5-1.
Great counter just on the line.
Yeah, Etta Wright was kind of committed to the attack there, just a little bit off balance, wasn't able to get her body back up and the paddle up in position to handle the attack from David.
Side out.
Keeping things close here in game number 3, 5-all.
Yeah, similar to game 1, we're in another little bit of a stalemate here. Who's going to get that first level of separation?
This is probably our longest
Second
match
serve.
on the day.
A knife-to-knife battle again between Irvine and Schneemann. It's a pretty thing to watch.
Referee timeout. Time in. 5-5-2. Point. Timeout.
A good amount of space there through the middle for Lacey Schneemann.
And that's why it's so important to mix up your attacks. You saw how Etta Wright slid just slightly the opposite way, which opened up that middle for the speed up.
6-5 here at the end change.
Trouble getting your dink up. Our advanced formulas are made of plant source omega-3s from 9 nutritious foods, never nutrient isolates. Have better time with green fat.
First thing I noticed is just it felt softer than a traditional maybe asphalt court. Softer feel, felt better on my joints, felt better on my body. When I was done playing, my body felt a little bit better. It was an easier recovery.
I like that it's a lot of fun. You can also see many families come together. You can see kids, grandparents, parents, they all compete and have a blast. So you can be competitive, but also you can have fun at the same time.
Sip, surf, and slam with Sanzo, the first Asian-inspired sparkling water made with real fruit and no added sugar. Unique and refreshing for the ultimate flavor smash. Find us at drinksanzo.com.
Just a one-point game in the third of women's quarterfinal action at the O-Snap Denver Open, presented by Vizzy.
Well, David was able to get a couple of great digs, but couldn't quite go 3 for 3. Very tough when every ball's at your shoelaces.
Five, 6, 1.
There's a good roll from Vivian David. One of the toughest
5, 6,
sort
2.
of touch shots is feathering that forehand roll, that volley.
Point.
I think that one just surprised Schneemann.
Yeah, again, there's more than one way to be aggressive, and right now Etta Wright is attacking
6,
anything
6, 2.
that she can sink her teeth into out of the air.
Point.
Schneemann has gone pretty significantly
7, 6, 2.
cross court on that high backhand. Etta Wright's been well prepared.
Side out.
Still moving backward. Jessie Irvine.
Yeah, trying to create space to wait for that ball to sit up the apex, but
6,
you're right.
7, 1.
Looked like the feet were still moving, it's still falling back. Easy to leave that one just a little bit short.
Point.
Flying in, Lacey Schneemann.
Yeah, Irvine trying for that one-handed roll, but caught a little too
7,
much of the
7,
ball,
1.
and Schneemann made her pay the price.
Second serve.
Chance now to grab the lead.
7, 7, 2. Point.
If you want to find a drive, now is the time.
Yeah, right, trying to go with a two-handed
8, 7, 2.
approach on that counter. Tougher to do when that ball gets very low to be able to swing and rotate on that shot.
Point.
Oh man, not the time for miscommunication.
That's why it's such an underrated play, that dink to the inside foot of the player on the right. Oftentimes there's an argument for it to be either one of your opponent's balls.
I would say, too, that they are playing with Jessie Irvine on the left maybe 30% of the time.
7-9-1. Second serve.
Yeah, Wright's been going to that drive-drop combo a lot to get to the net. Had a good setup, but just floated her fifth shot drop.
Side out.
I think Irvine's hit the tape on at least 3 drop attempts here in this game. Just very, very close. Just needs to slightly recalibrate.
Nice pressure from Jessie Irvine. Gives herself a little fist pump here. Looking for the hold.
9-7-2. Side out.
I think Schneemann is shocked.
Yeah, I think the wrist took over a little too much on that occasion. She was pretty fooled, not exactly sure what happened, but she's just got to mentally reset.
There were a lot of bait balls in that last rally.
Yes, there were.
Just little floaters through the net trying to get somebody to attack.
Tension and gets a little higher at the end of the game here.
Nice job by Vivian David pressuring Etta Wright through the transition.
He's able to handcuff her right into the body. Good location.
Point.
Jessie Irvine off the net, finds point number 8.
Yeah, and they were trying to isolate Irvine there, but she took advantage. A small pop-up, and the opposing team paid the price.
Point.
Tying things up at 9 apiece off of a beautiful drop. Schneemann and David
9-9-2.
working to unwind the stack here. You see Vivian David give a bit more time on that return.
Yeah, Irvine not able to convert with the forehand flick. Again, the altitude might be a factor in just pushing that a little bit long.
Second serve.
Schneemann found the ball on the backhand side and set it up.
Yeah, she can't believe she missed that one. She put herself in a great spot.
9-9-2.
One of the first real hands battles we've seen in this matchup with consecutive counters.
Yeah, great job by Lacey Schneemann handling the barrage of attacks and coming out on top to give her team a match point here.
10-9-2.
Yeah, a little good fortune for her that that ball clipped the tape, really opens up the angle for the ATP. Great composure for her. This is a back and forth battle, well fought by all 4 ladies, but it's Schneemann and David that will be advancing.
Oh man, you can't end a match better than that. The ATP walk-off for Lacey Schneemann. They drop game 1 and take a look at games 2 and 3. This is as close as it gets.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hyperice. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
I found my way. In bad times, I know I'll be okay. 'Cause I found my way. 'Cause I found my way. 'Cause I found my way, my way, my way, my way, my way.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Lacey Schneeman and Vivian David victorious in quarterfinal action. This one went the distance. They dropped game 1, but found the second and the third. It was an epic battle to close out the quarterfinals. Congratulations to the both of you. Lacey, I'll start with you. Can we talk about the ATP walk-off? I mean, come on, is there a better way to close out a match than that?
No, honestly, I was just talking to Viv. Once that ball hit the net and just trickled out outside the net post, I was like, oh yes, just give me an easy ATP to finish the match. I love those because they're, I think, some of the easiest shots in pickle, especially if they're that close to the net. Loved it.
And Viv, obviously, you know, Jessie, Irvine, and Etta Wright are so comfortable at the kitchen line, dinking in those patterns. What was the strategy for you guys as far as how much to work the point and how much to kind of get out of those patterns and play some attacking style?
Yeah, I mean, the first game, we obviously had the wrong strategy. So we decided, you know what, let's try something different. And we started dinking a little bit more to Jessie because Etta was, normally I like it when people speed up on me, and I like to counter, slide and counter, but Etta was doing a really good job getting her ball down. So it did not give me much to work with. So we're just like, okay, let's just kind of try to work it with Jessie, and then once it's high, just go for it. You know, just playing aggressive wins you matches. So that's kind of what we're like. If it's there, go for it. But work the point a little bit longer, be more patient, and again, dink with Jessie because she's a solid dinker, but she also was not hurting us. So that was kind of the strategy, but it worked this time. So next time it might be different. Who knows?
And Lacey, it's so fun to watch you two play alongside one another. I'm curious, what's one of your favorite aspects of Vivian's game?
I mean, I think I love playing with someone, especially if I'm on the left. I love playing with a right-sider that just covers the middle so well. Like in the past, I played with Jade, who's obviously a lefty and covers the middle really well. But this one, her two-handed backhand in the middle is so clutch. And I'm not the tallest person on the court out there usually, so someone to help me cover the middle when I'm digging cross-court and just getting into those long rallies is super helpful. Love Viv, yeah, and her positivity. Can't forget that.
There's no doubt about it. Viv, one of the great spirits on the Carvana PPA Tour, as is Lacey Schneeman. Congratulations to the both of you. Moving on to the semifinals.
Congrats, ladies.
Thanks.
High fives all around. That's awesome. Let's take a look back at the highlights for this one. It was all Jessie, Irvine, and Etta Wright in game 1. 2 and 3 went the opposite direction. So impressive in terms of the rebound for Schneemann and David.
Well, David hit the nail on the head. She mentioned they just felt like they didn't come out with the right strategy. They mixed things up. They were still two very tightly contested games 2 and 3, but they got just enough to get through in this match.
You gotta love the ATPs coming in this one. I don't know if Schneemann's right on that, saying they are the easiest shots. I'm like, man, well, maybe for you, Lacey, those are always a little tough. But hey, it's time to move on to the semifinals. Back to the men's side, Frazier and Wright versus Tellez and Staksrud.
I'm not very good at pickleball, but I've learned that if you dress like you're one of the pros, people are gonna think you're a lot better at pickleball than you really are. That's why I like to buy all my pro quality gear at Valère. Whenever I added the bag with the Valère hat, I mean, my duper score went up 3 points overnight. It was incredible. I have been mistaken for Julian Arnold at a couple rec league tournaments recently, so I like to throw out some andiamos every now and then when I'm playing, just to have some fun with it.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty. Right now, get 0% APR financing on the 2023 Hyundai Tucson. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Time for a semifinal matchup and a new partnership.
Game
Matt
one,
Wright and
0-0-2.
Dylan Frazier playing here in Denver together as no J.W. Johnson.
Point.
So a fun new combination out on championship court. And they're looking to play with some pace. Just after that missed return, they're already ready for the next. Matt Wright and
Point.
Dylan Frazier versus Staksrud. And Tellez,
2-0-2.
the 2 versus the 3.
Side out.
Everyone's feet are moving quick right now.
Yeah, they look like they're in a hurry to get
like
done with
scampering.
this. I guess they've got dinner plans
0-2-1.
later. I don't know.
I think Matt has a date at a steakhouse later.
Point.
Matt playing the left side. That was going to be one of the questions. Who will play the left? Who will play the right?
It appears they've
1-2-1.
started straight up, so we'll see if they make an adjustment as the match progresses.
Pablo Tellez,
Point.
the lefty, just sending that long.
Second serve.
And this is a battle of, a very experienced team playing together and a brand new partnership. So all 4 guys are at the top of the game, but it's going to come
1-2-2.
down to that chemistry.
Oh, trying to find the Ernie, but ends up leaving a gap.
Yeah, mentioned that Staksrud's really become one of the best earniers in the game. But if you mistime the jump there, you can look a little silly at times.
Quick hands for Federico Staksrud.
Yeah, anytime you win a hands battle against Dylan Frazier, you're feeling pretty good about yourself.
2-1-2. Side out.
Everyone just trying to settle in.
Looks like that return got just a little bit behind
1-2-1.
Matt Wright. Didn't quite have it out in front for the drive there.
Let's
Second
go,
serve.
says Matt Wright as he finds the right shoulder of Staksrud.
Yeah, it's the second time he's tried that attack here early.
1-2-2.
Hit the net on the first one, but I wonder if he really feels that he has a gain there finding that location against Staksrud.
Side out.
Nice dinking from Frazier and Wright. Dylan Frazier, just 21 years old. Attended the
2-1-1.
University of Missouri. He's been working on an online accounting degree. How about the right hip?
Yeah, and you'll see Matt Wright not settle for backhand dinks. He's more than capable of playing it if he needs to, but if he has time, he'll shift over to open up his attacking arsenal with the forehand.
They're gonna play straight up. Dylan Frazier now on the left.
I actually really like this strategy for new teams, especially when you've got two alpha males that have a lot of success. Give them each a chance to play that strong side just enough. That way you're not fighting over dominance too much.
Quick hands everywhere.
Yeah, and if you miss that right hip, it plays right into that backhand punch of Staksrud. He was very ready on that occasion.
Side out.
Wright looking to poach, but Staksrud able to get down on that volley just enough.
1-4-1.
Holding that on the volley, and I like the connection between these two. Fun to see them interact.
1-4-2. No. That left foot went in. Left foot went in.
A footfall violation on Pablo Tellez. And obviously within the last month, it was top tier news. The breakup between Riley Newman and Matt Wright in terms of being one of the most formidable men's doubles partnerships in the game.
Yeah, they had a great run, just weren't finishing with as many golds as I think either one of them would like. So they're each going to try their hand with a different partner for the remaining of the year.
I've heard Riley might be playing Seattle with Julian.
Yeah, he made the announcement. It looks like he's going to do some with Julian Arnold and some with AJ Koller. And I've heard Matt Wright and James Ignatowicz are going to partner up, but I don't know if that's official yet. So just a rumor.
Uh-oh, tossing things out there, stirring the pot.
Somebody's got to stir
Kyle
it.
McKenzie.
Somebody's got to grab that spoon and start churning.
Hey, you threw me under the bus earlier with Ben, so this is only fair. Clean for Federico Staksrud, like he's playing singles.
Yeah, great court recognition. Recognize that Matt Wright ran around to play a forehand return. That does leave some space in the middle.
The speed up was neutralized.
Yeah, it seemed like there were a lot of bait dinks there where you were just waiting for who's going to finally pull the trigger. And sure enough, Matt Wright, one of the better attackers off the bounce, was able to get that one through. Yeah, great timing there. Just took one big step, was able to cut off that angle.
5-2-1.
Great Ernie there from Matt Wright.
Point.
Matt dropping that right foot back and finding a speed up.
Yeah, so calculated with the 1-2 combo. It's not the first one, but it's the anticipation for where that counter is going to come back. He does such a good job of going from forehand to backhand in a very short amount of time.
Point.
I wouldn't say
Timeout
Matt's
receiving
necessarily
team,
talking
7-2-1.
trash right now, but he's, got a little bit of an edge to him. You see the head shakes as they are now up 7-2. I'm curious, maybe after this break, who your top 3 trash talkers are on the men's side. You get some time to think about it.
To the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
Pioneered by revolutionary technology, backed by relentless research, we bring you an unmatched quality of product, made right here in the USA. Each performance paddle is engineered to perfection and built to last. Because when it comes to the sport we all love, quality and performance matter.
All right, Dylan Frazier is about to serve. After this point, I need your answer. The top 3 trash talkers on the men's side. Pablo Tellez just hooking it.
All right, I'm going Matt Wright, Riley Newman, and Julian Arnold. Honorable mention to my buddy Rafa Hewitt, who can definitely chirp with the best of them when he gets going.
I like it. I think that's a good answer. I think you're spot on. You know what I can't wait for? The day Matt Wright faces Riley Newman.
I'm also excited for that.
It's going to be so good.
Obviously, a lot of mutual respect that they have, but they're going to be themselves out there.
Oh, yeah, look at that one. Matt Wright says, throw that out the window.
Yeah, he's really in a groove right now, picking his spots nicely with his attacks.
Matt Wright finds point number 11. I'll add one more. I keep thinking of Lucy Kovalova in my mind. She's got an edge to her too, one that we absolutely love. But for this semifinal matchup, Matt Wright finds the finishing blow in game number 1. They are off to a firing start. The 2 versus the 3 here in men's semifinal action.
Let's have better time with this. Our advanced formulas are made of plant-sourced omega-3s from 9 nutritious foods. Green fat isn't anti-aging, it's pro-aging. Have better time with green fat.
Want to maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds? Look no further. Thorlo pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlo.com.
Sip, surf, and slam with Sanzo, the first Asian-inspired sparkling water made with real fruit and no added sugar. Unique and refreshing for the ultimate flavor smash. Find us at drinksanzo.com.
The 28-year-old out of Bonita Springs, Florida, originally out of Colombia, Pablo Tellez, needs to find a little bit of a different game alongside his partner, Federico Staksrud, playing against this tough team. of Frazier and Wright. And that's a big time play for Pablo Tellez, the counter going straight down.
Yeah, and a great job of just shuffling the feet and putting his chest in front of the ball. Made that a much tougher attack for Matt Wright to get him reaching.
Side out.
Don't mind the drive, though. I think that they're going to need to do a certain amount of the shake and bake with their singles skill set and the righty-lefty combo.
Second serve.
Certainly more than a one-trick pony. They can play the kitchen line, too. But given the opponents that they're playing, that's going to be a tough team to win all your points in that slow game at the kitchen line.
How about that from Pablo Tellez as he gives an extra look to Matt Wright?
Oh, yeah, he held the stare a little longer. These are the little things that you look for, right?
1-0-1.
Perfect Ernie form. Talked about holding the kitchen line, and Dylan Frazier, Matt Wright have so much skill in that regards. Are you thinking more just from an offensive standpoint or a hand speed standpoint?
So honestly, I mean, they're the top, one of the top teams in the game because they can do everything well. They can dink, they've got soft hands, they can work the point, they also can create offense, especially Matt Wright. So again, it's just when you think about winning the match, you're not going to win all your points with just driving and crashing, but you might need to win a handful of them to get to that 11 points to get the game.
3 points for Tellez and Staksrud.
3-0-2.
Trying to find another ATP.
Yeah, looks like it was just barely open, but a tight window to hit.
0-3-1.
And there it is again. You gotta love having a lefty on the right.
No, your foot hit before the ball bounced twice. It hit the post before it bounced dead. That's a fault. It hit the post before it bounced dead. That's a fault. It is. It is.
Let's see this replay.
He's saying, I think that the paddle hit the net.
I get it, but it's a
before the ball was dead, if I heard that correctly.
Tough to see if there was any contact. I couldn't tell on the replay there, Cameron.
1-3-1.
Don Stanley's right on that, though, as close as he could be. Our lead official here on the Carvana PPA Tour. And there may have even been a football violation on that last Ernie. Nonetheless, there's no doubt Don Stanley's got it right.
1-3-2. Point.
There's Ernie's everywhere as the "that's out" call comes from Matt Wright.
Yeah, you can see the game within a game. Both these guys are trying to puff their chest and send a message, each trying to assert their dominance here early in game 2.
Point.
Yeah, nice job dinking to that inside foot from Dylan Frazier. Just pressure Tellez just enough to earn the dink error.
Point.
Tellez trying to use that lefty kind of forehand hook shot. I like the attempt. Just can give himself a little bit more margin of error, especially when he's using topspin. That ball will come down if you can get it to clear the net.
Matt Wright.
4-3-2.
One of the great vets in the game out of the University of Michigan.
Point.
We got Michigan and Missouri represented on one side of the net. I still go back to the pace of play that Matt Wright and Dylan Frazier have. And it's in between points that it's noticeable.
Yeah, and that's not unusual if you're winning to kind of play a little bit more up-tempo, but you're right. It seems like throughout the match, regardless of the situation, they've wanted to hurry on to that next point.
6-3, a timeout called by Tellez and Staksrud. Vizzy Hard Seltzer. Verse 6, pickleball. Carvana. Chase. Duper. Fila pickleball. Fitvine wines. Skechers. 6-3 here in a semi-final matchup. Who will be moving on to Championship Sunday for men's pro doubles? Just 4 matches left on this third day of the O-Snap Denver Open. The first men's semi-final here. 1 more to go in that regard, as well as 2 women's semi-finals. Matt Wright and Dylan Frazier in their debut together.
1 timeout, 2 timeouts.
Yeah, they've had some natural chemistry all day long. Obviously, 2 top players didn't know how it would work, with Dylan being much more subdued and Matt Wright having that fire, but they've certainly been on the same page today.
Speaking of fire, looks like Federico Staksrud and Pablo Tellez just turned it up a notch.
Yeah, and I'd love to see Staksrud continue to get more involved. He's been kind of out of a lot of these plays. If Tellez can dink a little more aggressively cross court, that'll set Staksrud to sink his teeth into more of these points.
4-6-1.
And that's right, because Pablo Tellez and Federico Staksrud, I don't know if I've ever seen this many Ernie attempts or moves off the edge.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of some of the discipline of Matt Wright when he does have to play a backhand dink, just normally lifting it in front of him, but Tellez is consistently looking for the Ernie there.
Second serve.
Dylan Frazier with some of the quickest hands.
Yeah, very short, compact motion.
5-6-2.
The looper.
Not sure if that was the flight path that Tellez was thinking on that drive, but plenty of margin, actually. It was in by a lot.
I don't even think that was quite a third shot lob. That was the third shot, I don't know.
Yeah, we talked about the drive drop hybrid. That was kind of a lob drive hybrid. Maybe he's onto something.
7-6-2.
Hey, all I know is a point, and currently Tellez and Staksrud have a 1-point lead. Making a 2-point lead.
Yeah, a little more up-tempo from them. That is a game that they have. Matt Wright, the oldest player on the court, doesn't close in with the foot speed that the other players have off the return. So sometimes they can open up an advantageous situation with that third shot drive.
Coming out of that last timeout, a 5-point run for the number 3 seed.
Stay in the game with OS First Socks and Compression. Chosen by pro athletes for comfort, injury prevention, and muscle recovery. Be a champion with compression zone technology for support where you need it and the flexibility to make your move. Gear up like a pro and step into greatness.
Follow your vibe. Vizzy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
The Hype Guys having some fun with the Beach Boys here in Colorado. I don't think there's a beach nearby, but there's one right now next to Championship Court with those two in bucket hats, keeping this crowd going.
Time in.
A 5-point run
8-6-2.
for Pablo Tellez and Federico Staksrud in semifinal action. They need this game too. Love that sound. If you're a pickleball fan, that firefight sounded perfect.
The pop, pop, pop. Nothing wakes you up in the morning like that sound, right, Cameron?
I think there's a few lawsuits that have to disagree.
That's actually true.
Trying to slow him down.
I like the aggression and the movement from Staksrud, though it didn't work out for him on that occasion, but that will disrupt the rhythm of opposing teams. Just what they needed for a little energy spark.
Okay, I heard something.
A reserve after a miss.
Recall, 6-9-1.
Call, I believe. It was 3-6 after a 6-point run for Tellez and Staksrud.
6-9-2.
Look to hold here. And they do.
Yeah, a couple quick points for an easy side out there.
Point.
Point number 10 for Tellez and Staksrud.
No. Yep. 10-6-1. Second serve.
They've been bringing the up tempo. They need one more.
10-6-2. Point game.
A flurry of points for Tellez and Staksrud. An 8-point run to find game number 2.
Yeah, they really caught their groove right at the perfect time to even out this match. We'll see what Frazier and Wright can do to adjust here in game 3.
No doubt that those two flipped a switch and are ready for game number 3.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
When we started Carvana, they told us that selling cars 100% online wouldn't work. But we went to work, building an experience that lets you shop over 17,000 cars from home, creating a coast-to-coast network to deliver your car as soon as tomorrow, recruiting an army of customer advocates to make your experience incredible, and putting you in control of the whole thing with powerful technology. That's why we've become the nation's fastest-growing retailer, because our customers love it. See for yourself at Carvana.com.
And welcome back to the O-Snap Denver Open. We are going to be going into a third deciding game here in our men's first semifinal. Matt Wright to serve.
Point.
Yeah, you can't blame Tellez by pulling the trigger there as it was popped up above the height of the net, but Dylan Frazier doing what he does best with a beautiful forehand counter.
Side out.
Never a bad strategy to work the middle dink on a brand new partnership. Sometimes there's just a little bit of confusion as to whose ball that is.
Second serve.
Trying to take a shot through the transition zone.
0-1-2. Point.
That is the definition of getting handcuffed.
Very much so.
1-1-2.
You're gonna wind the stack here. Putting Dylan on the left.
Yes, Staksrud had an opening cross court. He tried his best to punch it to the open court, but the ball's just a little bit too low.
Second serve.
Yeah, nice location there by Tellez. Last time tried to go with the forehand. That didn't work out. Was able to get that one outside the body of Dylan Frazier.
Pablo Tellez kind of sliding to open up the forehand.
1-1-1. Second serve.
Nice return, Dylan Frazier trying to work the quick feet to get up to that kitchen line. It's actually a little dangerous going to that side, I guess, on the cross court. Am I wrong?
Yeah, especially when you're sagging. When you return cross, you've got a further distance to run, and you are vulnerable right on your line.
And a lefty with a forehand line to line.
Exactly. Luckily for Dylan Frazier, he's one of the fastest guys on tour, so he can make up that ground as well as anybody.
Second serve.
A little less offense through the middle.
Yeah, and you can see the advantage of having a lefty-righty team and just how many of those dinks they were able to play with their forehand, even when pushed out wide. If it wasn't hit hard enough, they could shift over and continue to dictate with the stronger wing.
Side out.
The octave is starting to get that much higher here.
1-1-1.
Dylan Frazier's first volley is getting tested in this position.
Yeah, took a chance speeding up cross court. Easier to do when you can trust the hand speed of your partner in Matt Wright.
Side out.
Another men's semifinal still to come. Ben Johns and Collin Johns will face the 4 seed, Callan Dawson and Hayden Patriquin.
Another new partnership, I believe. I haven't seen those two share the court yet, so that'll be a fun one to watch.
I'm excited to see what they look like together.
Yeah, same.
Side out. 1-1-1.
Some fast hands yet again.
Yeah, and Matt Wright putting his hands up in the air. He knows that for him, that's normally a routine volley. One of the best backhand punches in the game.
Climbing back into the court, Pablo Tellez.
The athleticism of Tellez has really been what's turned the corner for them. He's been jumping the kitchen a lot. He's able to go around the post there, and he's really been the spark that's been needed for his team to get their nose back out front.
Second serve.
Never want to miss a drop wide. Always want to give yourself a little bit of margin.
3-1-2.
Oh, he had room.
Yeah, Tellez and Staksrud very willing to counter a little bit off the kitchen line, which is necessary when you're playing teams that are so aggressive on their fourth balls before you're established.
Wow, the longest rally to this point. Those feet are screeching. How about this guy? He's all over it.
He's shouting, he's getting into it. Love to see that from the youth fans.
Love it.
Second serve.
Yeah, normally if that ball crosses your body at about chest height, it's going out, but Tellez is able to find the court.
2-3-2. Side out.
And watch out, Dylan Frazier.
Yeah, if you doubted just how fast this game was, look at Frazier there. He's trying to get out of the way. So tough to do in the heat of battle.
Just shot straight to the shoulder.
3-2-1.
All of a sudden, Pablo, Tellez, and Federico Staksrud, same thing, starting to pick up that tempo. You can feel the energy.
Yeah, they always have the ability to play a pretty good shake and bake with their skill set and the righty-lefty combo.
Uh-oh! Pablo Tellez with the trick.
That is his best attack. He's able to hold that till the last second, especially as a lefty, and hook that outstretched for the righty's backhand. Well done.
Second serve.
Federico Staksrud and Pablo Tellez have made a final this year together.
5-2-2.
Came back at the Vulcan Indoor National Championships.
Side out.
They took a loss to J.W. Johnson and none other than Dylan Frazier.
Tellez, of course, being one of the few male players that made the jump from challenger to be drafted in the Premier League. Certainly very deserving, given his resume over the last 6 months or so.
Your focus better be dialed in if you're going to play that long of a rally.
No, and it almost feels like those points are worth 2, right? It's such a big momentum builder when you're able to win one of those long exchanges. Beautiful counter there by Pablo Tellez.
2-5-2.
It's also a leg burner. And Dylan Frazier has taken the last 2 shots in terms of speed ups. Staksrud and Tellez have had the answer both times.
5-2-1. Point, switch ends.
Vamos is right. The shake and bake from Pablo Tellez and Federico Staksrud.
Yeah, and we mentioned that both these guys are top singles players, so you know they're going to have good forehands, good drives. And again, with the righty-lefty combo, you can cover more territory as the poacher through the middle with your forehand.
Time to take a break here on Championship Court.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
In need of a response right now, Dylan Frazier and Matt Wright in a semifinal.
Point.
That's not going to do it after the end change. Now 7-2. Tellez and Staksrud have truly come alive.
7-2-1.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of working the point when they're at the kitchen line, but still looking for those cheap points and driving and crashing when they can.
Even when they got in trouble, they bailed themselves out.
And this is where, to me, Cameron, I would actually switch and put Matt Wright on the left here, just with how the last 2 points have gone. I think that he provides the most offense that he can create, and I think just how solid Staksrud and Tellez are playing right now, you want that offense to be able to come back from this deficit.
Point.
Ooh. Snatched out of the air.
9-2-1.
9-2. Make it 10-2. Match point for Tellez and Staksrud to head to their second final in 2023.
Point game match.
Out of bounds in 3 games played. Federico Staksrud and Pablo Tellez moving on to Championship Sunday.
And for a match that was tightly contested, Staksrud and Tellez really ran away with that over the last few minutes, got a lot of separation. Credit to them, and they are moving on.
Follow your vibe. Vizzy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
LMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it. AlloMD, acute relief cream.
A lot of us miss hit the ball. I know I miss hit the ball a lot. So
speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
Johns.
Earning the right to move on to Championship Sunday, Federico Staksrud and his partner Pablo Tellez, and 3 games played at the O-Snap Denver Open on championship court right now. Congratulations to the both of you making your second men's doubles final. This one, it was a little bit of a turn after game number 1. Fed, I'll start with you. What was said between games 1 and 2?
Cameron, I like how you said it. Federico Staksrud and his partner. I like it.
I knew you were going to say that.
Thanks, Cameron. Appreciate that. I don't know. We started really slow. I mean, this happened to me yesterday with the mix, sitting for a long time and then trying to adjust. But yeah, they were playing good. They were playing their game. You know, their hands are unbelievable fast, so they were trying to speed up fast. If you're not in a good rhythm, then you're going to get in trouble. So I think later we adjusted our game. We played our games, and then it was everything uphill.
So, Pablo, obviously those guys you're very familiar with, but first time that they've played together. For you guys, you've been a partnership the entire year. Seems like you're getting better and better as a duo. Did you feel that that was an advantage for you guys, being able to have that continuity and that natural chemistry and the experience?
Yeah, for sure. I know what Fed is going to do most of the time, and I think he knows what I'm going to do, and that makes a big difference. So yeah.
So in terms of shifting momentum, both of you, it's interesting too. You really went to that drive and crash combination, plus the Ernie off the edge. How much of that are you talking about in between each of these timeouts, saying, hey, it's time for an adjustment? Is that a collaboration, or is it a feeling from one to the other?
It's definitely an adjustment, because they both Matt and Dylan are very aggressive of the fourth shot. So when we were trying to drop, they were just crushing us with a big forehand and then another combo. So we had to start driving everything.
Well, it worked in your favor. Congratulations to the both of you. Pablo Tellez and his partner, Federico Staksrud. Congratulations. You're moving on to Championship Sunday.
Thank you, guys. I see what you did there, Cameron. Well played.
You
well
gotta
played.
get him back.
Even it out. Even it out.
Let's take a look back at some of the highlights, Kyle.
Yeah, so game 1, I mean, it's as good a game as I've seen Matt Wright play. He came out just absolutely on fire, but Staksrud and Tellez adjusted. They started leaning towards their athleticism just a little bit more, upped the tempo just at the right times, and they really, really ran away with that third game especially.
Well, we're running off to another semi-final after Pablo Tellez and Federico Staksrud move on to Championship Sunday. Coming up next on Championship Court, Callan Dawson and his partner Hayden Patriquin, the number 4 seed, take on the big dogs, Ben Johns and Collin Johns.
Introducing Verse6 Raw, the sweet spot of price and performance. All of the features you asked for, brought to you by the experts at Pickleball Central. Toray T700 Raw Carbon technology creates lasting spin, and the unique elongated shape amplifies power and broad court coverage. Experienced enhanced control with a hybrid core and the flexibility of an extended handle for two-handed shots. An octagonal grip with sealed edges guarantees comfort. Verse6 Raw, your game elevated.
Pack all the things. Fly on your schedule. Reward yourself and the girls whenever. Stay or go when you wanna. And more is on the way. So when you're ready to go, go with heart. Go with Southwest.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
I found my way. In bad times, I know I'll be okay. 'Cause I found my way. 'Cause I found my way. 'Cause I found my way, my way, my way. My way, my way.
We love seeing the mix around. Callan Dawson now playing with Hayden Patriquin, making a semifinal, now looking to make a championship Sunday here against Ben Johns and Collin Johns. Welcome back to the O-Snap Denver Open. I'm Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie as we get set now on championship court. Kyle, what do you like most about this crew of Hayden Patriquin alongside Callan Dawson?
Well, yeah, looking at the draw this morning, this was a team I was excited to see. I thought that they had a chance at making a good run, which they clearly have. Patriquin's definitely a rising star in our sport. I believe he's still just 17 years old, has all the shots, very much an attacker, shot maker. Perfect pairing for him and Callan Dawson, who's going to be very steady, very difficult to attack, and they're going to need to be able to get out of the dinking pattern against the Johnses from time to time. So Callan Dawson's ability to lob as frequently and as effectively as anybody on tour, and kind of the variety of arsenal of attacks of Hayden Patriquin is going to be their best chance to press the #1 team in the world.
Pressing Ben Johns and Collin Johns, also a unique element to this partnership. Callan Dawson on the right. Callan has primarily played alongside Tyler Loom. And with Tyler being a lefty, he traditionally plays the right, so Callan making the switch from left to right here.
Yeah, he's very versatile, very capable of playing both sides, known for his counter-punching ability, his ability not necessarily dink aggressively, but very consistently kind of waiting for you to attack at the wrong times.
Side out. Coming right at the head of Hayden Patriquin. You said it, just 17 years old. Originally out of California, Southern California. This is team baseball on one side of the net. Callan Dawson coming from a steady dose of baseball, as well as Hayden Patriquin. Played baseball for about 12 years.
0-2-2.
Of course, Callan Dawson coming from also the Dawson family with a big tennis and pickleball background, but he concentrated on baseball, as you mentioned.
Point.
Ben and Collin on the other side. Big bro and little bro.
1-2-2.
Ben the younger of the two. Would you expect anything less?
That's right on cue for what the best player in the world should do. Obviously a little help from the tape here, but the tape knows he's the best. It knows what to do.
2-2-2.
And the second ball, Ben's got a big smile on his face. And getting some grief. They're laughing.
Getting heckled a little.
Getting heckled in the stands.
Point.
Early move for Collin Johns.
Yeah, great job by Collin there, squatting down just a little bit lower, keeping the paddle high,
4-2-2.
anticipating that attack from Patriquin.
Point.
Hayden tossing up his hands saying, really? That's the third one? And Ben just continues to say sorry.
Yeah, Dawson and Patriquin are not playing bad at all, just haven't had anything go their way here to start.
Side out.
Yeah, we mentioned the excellent touch that Dawson has, usually showcasing that with the lobs or with dinking, but he certainly can do that as the drop volley there.
2-5-1. Point.
Dawson and Patriquin finding point number 3.
3-5-1.
Oh, Callan had such fast hands. That one just got too high.
Yeah, and if they return to Patriquin, that's a play they can use pretty effectively. Patriquin's got a great drive.
3-5-2.
And Dawson very good at disconnecting, playing that poacher role.
Side out.
A nice athletic play by the top player in our sport.
5-3-1.
And that's right through the middle.
5-3-2.
We need to mic up the crowd.
Yeah, somebody's
Can we
really
get more,
excited
Can we
after
get
that
more
one.
crowd mics, please?
Point.
I love it. Our crew just turned up the Nat sound. I heard it in my ear. They're so wonderful.
6-3-2. Point.
Patriquin doing a good job of moving the ball around,
Yes,
but
sir.
right now, Ben John's just giving him nothing to work with, continuing to push him out wide
7-3-2.
to the backhand.
Ouch. Coming in hot.
Yeah, you mentioned that Collin Johns loves to hold that forehand speed up a little longer and go
3-7-1.
line, but with Patriquin's two-handed counter, that's going to be a tough proposition with the extra reach he gets there.
Hayden gets a ball off the net. He goes, don't worry, I've got 2 more allotted.
And one of the best things about Hayden's game is just his overall variety and his usage of spin. He can use his opponent's spin. He really can play just about all the shots at the kitchen line.
Showing off his athleticism.
He's got his own type of point construction, Cameron. There's not a lot of other top guys that'll go with the lob, drop, volley combo, but he did it a couple times in that point.
Second serve.
Second serve, but I like it. They were in there.
5-7-2.
Oh, man, but that's a bummer. Callan, the lob doctor, showing off why he is called so.
You know, you talk about the blueprint of what does it take to beat the Johns brothers. I do think the occasional lob is a really good choice to get them off the kitchen line where they're so tough.
Oh, ouch.
Second serve.
It's been a few headshots in this one already.
Yeah, obviously Collin Johns knowing that's going out, but couldn't quite get his head out of the way. Looks like he's all right, though.
And clipping him again. Love the preparation from Dawson.
Yeah, a little bit of good fortune for Patriquin and Dawson, hitting a couple of out balls that happen to still be played by the Johns brothers.
5-7-1.
And using every bit of the equipment.
Yeah, and I think Ben bribed the tape before this match. I think he's about 4 for 4 or 5 for 5 on tape balls so far.
Very crafty.
And the lob continuing to be a huge difference maker so far in this match.
You know, we talked about some of the biggest trash talkers on the men's side of the game. We gave an honorable mention out. I think Hayden Patriquin might be in that mix.
Side out.
He certainly has some swagger about him, Cameron.
7-6-1.
Again, you gotta love the idea. Great defense after the ATP from Collin.
Yeah, but Ernie from Dawson, an ATP and the defense. And the point construction is very unique so far compared to a normal match.
Second serve.
Just enough spin there to find the court for Patriquin.
8-6-2. Point.
Great job by Ben and Collin, just staying steady, moving that ball around the kitchen.
Timeout receiver, 9-6-2.
At 9-6, a timeout taken. So Callan Dawson and his partner Hayden Patriquin pushing the Johns here in game number 1.
The first thing I noticed is just it felt softer than a traditional maybe asphalt court. Softer feel, felt better on my joints, felt better on my body. When I was done playing, my body felt a little bit better. It was an easier recovery.
I like that it's a lot of fun. You can also see many families come together. You can see kids, grandparents, parents, they all compete and have a blast. So you can be competitive, but also you can have fun at the same time.
Ben and Collin Johns with a 3-point lead in the semifinals. Yes, Pablo, Tellez, and Federico Staksrud already await the winner on Championship Sunday for the men's final. One spot left. One of these two teams.
Side out.
Trying to carve that back to the forehand side of Dawson.
Yeah, Johns will take more risk on those dinks in the middle with the forehand. Knows that if he can execute that shot, he's in complete control.
6-9-1.
Big return by Johns.
And Hayden thinks that ball might have been going long.
Yeah, so tough to lay off, but he definitely took the bait on that occasion. Looked to be going out.
6-9-2.
Yahtzee?
Yeah, Ben Ben was already taking a step back, kind of anticipating that the lob might come there. And that's a see you later ball.
Point.
Yeah, Patriquin, a lot of variety in his game, but the steady, consistent play of Ben Johns is still so tough to get through.
Game point for Johns and Johns.
Second serve.
Enough of a stretch.
10-6-2.
Can't believe he picked up that first one, though.
Yeah, no, great point by all four players. A little good fortune with that ball sitting up off the tape.
I like that they're trying to take a shot right as soon as they can.
Yeah, I like Dawson's chances in that rally. Very short, compact motion with that backhand punch.
Point.
A lot of balls coming off the top of the net right now.
7-10-2.
A little slide from Callan, and he ends up still getting the ball.
Yeah, and great variety from him. He'd been going to the lob, but when you can throw in the occasional speed up as well, definitely keeps your opponents guessing as to what's coming.
I like that both Collin and Ben just turned around.
Yeah, figured it was high enough to just surrender at that point.
Wave the white flag. Another point on the board for Dawson and Patriquin, now 9-10.
9-10-2.
The Johns all the way to the baseline. They work their way back, and it's a missed dink.
All the momentum with Dawson and Patriquin at the moment. They're playing some great pickleball.
Side out.
And you can
Looks
see
like a jumping bean.
You can see Ben added just a little extra stick on that backhand slice, was able to earn the pop-up and put it away.
Must win by 2.
Second serve.
Collin. The expression.
Oh, and letting us know how he feels in the moment right there.
10-10-2.
Oh.
Point.
Man, that net has gotten really involved in this first game.
No, absolutely.
This is insane.
Seems like every other point's
11,
been
10,
decided
2.
one way or the other by a let cord.
Side out.
So they earned 1. That was a game point opportunity, fended off. So they will have to find
10,
3
11,
here.
1. Second serve.
Yeah, Patriquin has the ability for that last second kind of wrist snap, similar to a J.W. Johnson, but probably just a touch too low to be able to generate that much pace.
Side out.
I mean, it's been working for them. Attacking first, getting aggressive, getting into
11,
those hands
10, 1.
battles. You can't blame them. Game point again for Johns and Johns.
Point. Game.
And game number 1 to Johns and Johns.
Well, they were tested, and it's clear that the variety of Callan Dawson specifically is somewhat problematic for the Johns brothers. So look for another tight game 2 if Dawson and Patriquin can play to their level.
The first thing I noticed is just it felt softer than a traditional maybe asphalt court. Softer feel, felt better on my joints, felt better on my body. When I was done playing, my body felt a little bit better. It was an easier recovery.
I like that it's a lot of fun. You can also see many families come together. You can see kids, grandparents, parents, they all compete and have a blast. So you can be competitive, but also you can have fun at the same time.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty. Right now, get 0% APR financing on the 2023 Hyundai Tucson. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
A very entertaining game number 1 in this semifinal matchup at the O-Snap Denver Open. Johns and Johns versus Dawson and Patriquin. We loved the creativity that we saw from the number 4 seed.
Well, the Johns brothers are so disciplined with their own style, and it just absolutely kills most teams trying to play the traditional way. But Callan Dawson specifically, it has his own style, and it's very, very effective, or at least surely was in that first game.
Fast hands on display.
Language.
We'll hope you'll join us at the USA Pickleball National Championships come November. They'll be in Dallas, Texas, the 5th through the 12th of November.
Side out.
Little scorpion.
Yeah, goes down on one knee for the first one, but then a little bit stuck if you don't do enough with that first counter.
Can we talk about the amount of lettuce Callan Dawson has right now?
Free flowing.
It's
just like the lobs.
Second serve.
I love it. Guy's out of North County, San Diego.
0-1-2.
Loves to surf, and he's got the do to match. Little taste of his own medicine.
And honestly, that's actually a really good play against Callan Dawson specifically, because he is so right on that line all the time, kind of crouched, leaning in. He can be vulnerable to the lob as well.
Second serve.
An early take from Ben.
Yeah, again, I think that
1-0-2.
one-handed roll from lower positions is a little tougher with the altitude here. That slow roller tends to just carry a little bit more than in other conditions.
2-0-2.
2-point start for Johns and Johns.
Side
and
out.
it ends there.
Zero, 2-1. Point.
First point put on the board.
And Callan Dawson doing a very subtle thing, but a very important thing. A couple of those half volleys, he was able to redirect it back to the Ben Johns backhand, not giving him a dead dink in the middle. We've talked about once he finds a forehand there, he just really, very rarely relinquishes control of the point.
1-2-1. Second serve.
Again, we're starting to get into some longer rallies, dink rallies starting to take shape.
1-2-2.
Excellent read there by Patriquin. Didn't just plant his feet and stab, but he took that step with his left foot, got his body behind the shot to increase his strength on the counter.
Point.
Lead now for Dawson and Patriquin.
3-2-2. Side out. Let's go. 2-3-1. Point. Point.
Nice shot is right for Collin Johns. This duo of Ben and Collin already has 8 titles in 2023 for pro men's doubles. Coming into this weekend, their record is 41-1. Only 1 loss on the year.
4-3-1. Point.
And the one loss that they did have, Cameron, I believe, was in the round of 16 or something like that. But as the tournament progresses, they tend to get better and better, especially as the matchups get, you know, theoretically tougher. They just seem to raise their level.
Point.
I was curious to see what kind of adjustments they would come with in game
Timeout
number 2,
receiver,
just
6-3-1.
having an extra second now that they know what's coming their direction after the first to discuss and then come up with a solution. Right now, they have found a solution at 6-3.
We made our own tequila, so we'd always have a reason to get together, so you'd always have a reason to get together. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
Good look at Callan. Dawson out of Bobby Riggs.
6-3-1.
Paddle Club in North County, San Diego. It's a SoCal duo.
Second
That's
serve.
a great job by Hayden Patriquin back out of the timeout. They need to find one more
6-3-2.
here to look at some point scoring opportunities. On the side of Dawson and Patriquin.
Yeah, they both showed some exceptional hands there. Normally when Ben Johns gets you with that backhand roll, you don't win the point, but they were up to the task.
Again, Patriquin able to protect himself.
And I think a key shot here is even though Patriquin has a very good backhand dink, it's tough to win that pattern consistently against Ben Johns. I like to see him running around and finding more forehands inside out.
Point.
Well, he finds one through the middle. 2 points now for Dawson and Patriquin.
5-6-1.
Collin.
Second serve.
Yeah, Collin Johns with a little 1-2 combo of his own. Just at the right time for them as the other team was starting to get a little more momentum.
Side out.
Ben Johns' return on point.
Yeah, Dawson trying to surprise him a little bit with the lob serve, but Ben very aggressive off the return.
Callan Dawson quick to find the forehand.
And he's a tough player to get on that chicken wing location with his grip of choking up on the paddle. Very tough to get near the body.
Whoa, that is as low as they come. There is no way.
7-5-2.
That is some feathery touch to be able to find the court there.
Point.
I think Patriquin might just toss his paddle.
Yeah, he's slumping his shoulders a little after that one. Thought that Ben Johns was done with all the net cords in game one, but not the case.
Left foot.
Oh, and
Point.
a foot fault called. Again, just so impressed with the defense. Everything coming off Ben Johns' paddle so well right now.
9-5-2.
There's a look at the foot fault, the push off. And Callan even covering the other shoulder. Ben's gone there the last 2 times to the left side.
Yeah, I think Ben's going to have to be just a little bit more selective at how often he pulls the trigger from low positions, simply because Callan Dawson has some of the best counterpunching around.
Second serve. Go. 5-9-2.
Ooh.
Side out.
Collin's all over it. And so is Callan, unfortunately.
Not in the way he wanted, unfortunately for him. But I don't mind the speed up attempt. It did come right back to the backhand where normally he'll be on that. Just looked like he couldn't quite see that one clearly.
Creating space, they continue to look for the lob over Dawson's head.
When we talk so much about how great problem solvers the Johns are and how cerebral they are, it's kind of interesting that they've been the ones lobbing in this game when they saw how effective it was against them in game one.
Point.
Cross body. Again, Ben Johns, so good. Match point now for Johns and Johns to move on to yet another championship Sunday.
10-5-2. Side out.
It is definitely time to make some moves for the 4 seed. The lob handled a little more quickly on that one.
Yeah, Collin jumped up for it, but ran out of real estate. Was only barely able to tap that. Couldn't get much strength on the overhead, and he paid the price.
Dawson and Patriquin filling the void where the other is not.
The level is very high
7-10-1.
right now. Credit to the mental toughness of Dawson and Patriquin to fight for every point here.
Patriquin on the outstretch.
He's shown some great touch every time he's been pulled out wide. Very easy to pop that ball up, but he's been able to hit it slow and higher in that shallow zone, giving himself time to recover.
3-point run now.
Second serve.
Popped up. Collin Johns knows exactly what to do. Routine
8-10-2
for Collin. Add one more. Remember, they tied things up at 10 apiece in game number 1.
And we talked about that ability of Patriquin to snap that wrist and find offense in a very tight window.
Finally earning the ball back after 4 straight points. Johns and Johns, they are working Ben on that backhand side, coming up with the answer.
Keeping him out of the middle, but he still was able to sink his teeth into a backhand speed up.
Point.
And the match
11-9.
to Ben and Collin Johns. Probably the match of the day, though. That was so fun to watch. The #1 seed coming up with an answer.
Yeah, not only were they pushed, but they were pushed in a different way that we hadn't really seen much. So credit to Dawson and Patriquin. Great fight, but the #1 seed moving on.
Having trouble getting your dink up? Our advanced formulas are made of plant-sourced omega-3s from 9 nutritious foods, never nutrient isolates. Have better time with Green Fat.
Follow your vibe. Vizzy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
I found my way. In bad times, I know I'll be okay. 'Cause I found my way.
Pioneered by revolutionary technology, backed by relentless research, we bring you an unmatched quality of product made right here in the USA. Each performance paddle is engineered to perfection and built to last. Because when it comes to the sport we all love, quality and performance matter.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Probably one of the most fun matches to watch on the day. Ben and Collin Johns victorious in the semifinals, moving on to championship Sunday. 12-10, 11-9, just 2 points of separation in each of those games. Congratulations to the both of you. What a unique matchup. Callan Dawson playing alongside Hayden Patriquin. Collin, I'll start with you. Obviously with Callan on the other side, you anticipate the lob, but did you anticipate that it'd come that often in the first?
Yeah, he was really connecting on those lobs, and it's well known that he has got one of the best lobs in the game, so you got to really be aware of that. And it can be frustrating to just keep running in circles, and you know, playing off the line is not something you typically want to do, but against someone like Callan that's so accurate with the lob, sometimes you kind of have to.
So, Ben, I noticed that, yeah, we saw how well Callan was lobbing in game one effectively, but in game two, it looked like you gave him a taste of his own medicine with lobbing him before he got the chance to do to you. Was that something you talked about or thought about as an adjustment between games?
Didn't really talk about it. It just seemed like an opening, mostly because of the grip he uses. It limits the reach a little bit and the ability to snap your wrist for overhead. So, yeah, it was definitely there. Toss it in there because he also leans in a lot and takes a lot out of the air and stays on the line really well. So, yeah, it's just kind of a beneficial play against him.
Now, I know as an amateur player, it always gets a little frustrating when the lobs keep coming, and you used the word frustrating, Collin, just a second ago. So for the two of you, what is your mental reset, not only as teammates, but kind of as brothers, maybe in a situation where something unique is coming your direction?
Yeah, it can be a lot of different things. Something like a lob, you know it's not going to work forever. I mean, the court's really small, and if you get your hands on an overhead, you feel really good about your chances of winning the point. So it's important to know that eventually he's going to use up his bullets, so to speak, and just stay the course.
I like it. Well, you guys stayed the course, and you're staying the course right on to Championship Sunday. Congratulations to the both of you, and good luck trying to find that 9th title here in 2023. Let's take a look back at this one. What a fun matchup this was. The tweener winner. I mean, Ben Johns, only Ben Johns, right?
Right. You know, we've seen the Johns brothers tested several times this year, but never quite in this way. I thought the style that Dawson and Patriquin presented was certainly pushing them and causing some problems, but ultimately they knew how to play the big points just a little bit too good.
Well, that was the last men's semifinal, but hey, we've got 2 more to come right here at the O-Snap Denver Open. It's time to head to women's doubles. The #1 seed Waters and Wright versus Newell and Stratman.
Let's have better time with this. Our advanced formulas are made of plant-sourced omega-3s from 9 nutritious foods. Green fat isn't anti-aging, it's pro-aging.
Have better time with Green Fat.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
The Carvana PPA Tour is brought to you by Roar Organic, Baird, Guaranteed Rate, Hertz, Pickleball Central, Select Medical, Skechers, and by O-Snap. Kyle, I was hoping you were going to jump in there and help me with the O-Snap Denver Open. Time to head to the women's semifinal. Lauren Stratman and Jana Newell have had a heck of a day making it to this point as they now face the #1 team. The Annas back together, Anna Bright and Anna Leigh Waters.
0-0-2.
We'll get a breakdown as they begin. Women's doubles, it always starts off with a firefight.
Oh yeah, if you're gonna get plenty of firefights. If you like firefights, you are in the right place.
There's a good look at Jana Newell.
Second serve.
Really important here from Newell and Stratman, and it's a tough mental adjustment, but get outside of that the mentality of just getting the ball to bounce and being very careful. They're gonna get punched in the mouth, if you will, if they get too focused on placement. They've got to come out swinging just like they were on that point.
No, too close.
Jana calling that ball out of bounds. Anna Bright still looking at the line. Here's a good look.
1-0-2.
And that one lands the opposite direction, right at the foot of Lauren Stratman. Jana and Lauren have spent a few tournaments playing alongside one another here in 2023.
Second serve.
Yeah, great hands there by Jana Newell as Anna Leigh Waters goes in for the poach. She holds her ground and finds the open court behind her.
So far, Jana and Lauren have a silver and a bronze in 2023 in gender doubles.
1-1-2.
Anna Bright, one of the most ferocious on the women's side. They just play with so much pace. I was watching one of the earlier matches on court, and to watch their third shots, they are so dynamic. There is so much pace, and they're actually oftentimes landing about a foot beyond the kitchen line.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Their trajectory is very aggressive. It doesn't look like they're trying to put much air under the ball and even try to have it land in the kitchen. They know that if their opponent even takes it out of the air, the pressure that they can provide afterwards is a very small target for their opponents to stay on offense.
It allows for a greater margin for error, honestly, on that third shot because they trust themselves to crash in.
Yeah, each player very capable of causing problems as the disconnector poaching partner.
They could definitely play up tempo as they are right now, up 5-1.
5-1-2.
Was a couple nice saves there by Lauren
Timeout, receiving
Stratman.
team 6-1-2.
Yeah, they have just such a unique ability to go on offense right away with their usage of spin, placement, and the way that they move on the court.
A quick start for the #1 seed, 6-1.
Is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 pro gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
Love that sign, AB, see you on Sunday, as in Anna Bright will see you on Sunday. They got some work to do before that can become true. The #1 seed up 6-1 in this women's semifinal. Anna Bright, Leigh Waters, Yana Newell, and Lauren Stratman. I'm Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie, and welcome to the O-Snap Denver Open. 2 more matches to go here on our final day before we head to Championship Sunday.
Time in. 6-1-2.
Some net love for Leigh Waters, just 16 years of age, the #1 women's player in the world.
And of course, going for her 5th straight Triple Crown. That is still very much alive as she's punched her ticket to Championship Sunday in the other 2 events. And I'm amazed, Cameron, just how dialed in the third shot drops are from both Leigh Waters and Anna Bright right here. Newell and Stratman just haven't been able to keep control of any points this far.
Lofting that one up a bit, and Yana just a little frustrated playing that left side.
9-1-2.
Stratman had been.
Side up.
So when you have a team driving at you that aggressively, where even their drops feel like drives, is the focus simply deep returns?
Great play by Newell there. But no, to answer your question, yeah, depth is more of a premium, especially when they're going for that hybrid kind of drive drop. I think it's much tougher to do from deeper near the baseline.
Second serve.
Stratman didn't have the best footwork there. Looks like she was just a little off balance on that drive attempt.
Leigh immediately goes for it. Newell with the response.
Yeah, good read again by Newell with that 2-handed backhand.
3-9-2. Side out.
Yeah, just getting the ball to bounce against this team is not enough. If that sits up at all, both ladies are very capable of pulling the trigger effectively.
clipping Yana Newell means another point for Waters and Wright. This team is just so unbelievably physical.
10-3-1.
And to their credit, that's point number 11. I mean, the offense just never stops for the #1 seed.
We see how many good shots it takes to win a point against these ladies. Very, very tough.
Want to maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds? Look no further. Thorlo pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlo.com.
Introducing Verse 6 Raw, the sweet spot of price and performance. All of the features you asked for, brought to you by the experts at Pickleball Central. Toray T700 Raw Carbon technology creates lasting spin, and a unique elongated shape amplifies power and broad court coverage. Experienced enhanced control with a hybrid core and the flexibility of an extended handle for two-handed shots. An octagonal grip with sealed edges guarantees comfort. Verse 6 Raw, your game elevated.
Coming up next on the Carvana PPA Tour, we head off to the Pacific Northwest. Seattle Open is next slated on the Carvana PPA Tour in 2023. Then we will head to California yet again for the Takeo Showcase. The TOC is just around the corner as well in the middle of August, August 15th through the 19th. And then Kansas City, you're not going to want to miss the Vulcan Kansas City Open
Game
presented
two,
by
in.
Chicken and Pickle.
0-0-2. Side out.
Switching sides here for the women's semifinal.
Yeah, and they came out trying to do the shake and bake. I don't mind the play. It's so tough when your opponents are dictating such a high percentage of the time.
So we talked about how difficult it is because of the third shot
1-0-1.
approach from Anna Bright and Leigh Waters. We talked about depth, but there might be some other way to be able to get some space. As that trickles off the net.
It just doesn't seem fair when that's going their way as well. But no, Cameron, yes, depth is very important, but the faster you hit it, the less time you have to run forward, giving your opponents a bigger target. So I think it's important to have it be a little bit slower and deep so that they can get fully established at the kitchen line for their first volley.
And that's a really good example. I believe that's a point for Waters and Bright off the ATP, but the return so much slower, and Stratman and Newell able to get solidified up the net.
Second serve.
It's always interesting. We talk about how in pickleball the advantage resides on the side of the returner as opposed to the server. But with this duo and their ability on the thirds, feels almost the opposite.
Yeah, they've been negating that disadvantage almost instantly every
on the line. Point.
There's also something else to watch for on those thirds. We talked about it in the middle of the break, but the foot fault violation coming from Stratman there. Watch when they contact their thirds. It's very quick off the rise.
Side out.
Yeah, I think especially if the return is short in that mid-court range, they will take it almost on the short hop and then follow it right in immediately, knowing that that takes the time away from their opponent and gives them a bigger target for their drop. Nice drive there by Stratman to get them on the board here.
1-4-1. Second serve.
Big windup from Stratman. She has so much power on that forehand side, known to have a really nice forehand roll as well as a dinker.
Side out.
Looked like maybe Newell changed her mind there. She took it back like she was going to speed it up, then decided to go soft, but couldn't convert.
That is a really nice touch from Lauren Stratman.
She did not have a lot of safe locations to hit. Took that ball right on the half volley. Nice angle that she was able to come up with.
Anna Bright's serve is also definitely tough. She has a lot of air underneath this ball, hitting just within the last 2 feet of the court. Chasing it down for the ATP.
Timeout receiving team 6-1-2.
Leigh Waters all over it. Another timeout called here in game number 2 at 6-1. Leigh Waters and Anna Bright.
We made our own tequila, so we'd always have a reason to get together, so you'd always have a reason to get together. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
Sip, surf, and slam with Sanzo, the first Asian-inspired sparkling water made with real fruit and no added sugar. Unique and refreshing for the ultimate flavor smash. Find us at drinksanzo.com.
Having trouble getting your dink up? Our advanced formulas are made of plant-sourced omega-3s from 9 nutritious foods, never nutrient isolates.
Have better time with Green Fat.
Lauren Stratman and her partner Yana Newell right now in a bit of a, we'll call it a pickle. Down 1-6 here in the semifinals, but against the ever tough team of Leigh Waters and Anna Bright.
Nice job coming out of the timeout there by Stratman to find the feet of Leigh Waters.
Love it. I love the forehand drive of Lauren Stratman.
Yeah, she's a heck of a ball striker, especially when she can get her feet set.
Second serve.
That is a massive windup from Anna Bright.
2-6-2.
Another hands battle going the direction of Waters and Bright.
And this team can beat you in so many ways. Newell actually got the pop-up from Bright and attacked it, but the hand speed of Leigh Waters and Anna Bright was still too good to get through.
Hold, Left foot was on the line. Point.
Those can be so discouraging as a player. You're not looking down at your feet. It feels like you're clear.
7-2-1.
Right there, the left toe catching. Just when you've got one great dig, you come up with another, and Anna Wright finishes.
And that's what they force you to do. They force you to come up with a flurry of good shots just to be competitive point after point.
8-2-1.
They'll take it. I like it. Celebrate it. Why not, Lauren?
She's basically saying with her body language, that's what it's going to take.
Big forehand from Yana Newell.
2-8-1.
Third shot drive, fifth shot drive. I like the approach.
Yeah, Stratman's doing everything she can to keep her team dictating and not play on their heels, but again, wasn't able to put enough quality shots together.
Side out.
Great ball from Anna Wright to the backhand side.
8-2-1. Second serve.
And another. Yana's going to celebrate that.
Well, credit to them. They're playing the #1 team in the world, and they're catching them on their A game, and they're fighting as hard as they can for everything they can get. That's all you can do.
Point.
9-2 now.
9-2-2. Point.
Make it 10-1 away from another appearance on Championship Sunday.
10-2-2.
Leigh Waters already 8 gold so far in singles, 9 in gender doubles. And one more right there to close out the semifinal matchup. Waters and Wright on to the final. 11-3, 11-2, a dominating force by the #1.
Not yet, buddy.
Man, it is so fun to watch the #1 seed play. A dominating performance by Leigh Waters and Anna Wright. They were firing on all cylinders. Moving on to Championship Sunday. And this duo, it is safe to say, is ever dynamic, currently standing on championship court. Congratulations to the both of you. Leigh Waters, I'll start off. So impressive just how much pace you guys are playing with. And one of the biggest notes, it comes in series at that third shot. So we talked about it on air. It seems as if you guys really utilize a drive and then also a hybrid. How much conversation is going into this, and have you guys developed that as the season has gone on?
I just feel like me and AB on our thirds, depending on, if the ball's deep or short, that's kind of how we decide if we want to drive or drop, or kind of do a mix of both, like a drive drop kind of thing.
A drip.
Yeah, okay, all right. Hey, it works with my last name, so there we go. But especially when teams are switching, just keeping the ball at their feet with those thirds is super important. I think AB hit a ton of thirds today, and every time I got one, I was very surprised. But her thirds have been on all day, so I have no idea why they were hitting thirds to her. Yeah, but I just think we played super solid. I love crashing off AB's thirds.
Woo!
AB, I'll go with you. It just seems like you're naturally such an offensive mindset player. How fun is it for you to play with Leigh, where you guys can just play so seemingly free from start to finish?
I mean, it's just two alpha females out here, looking to pull everything, just assert dominance. I feel like in this match we got really lucky. I have a tendency to get extremely lucky against Lauren Stratman. And I'm sure that one day it's really going to go against me. But everything was working for us in this one, and we had a great day. Really excited for tomorrow.
Congratulations to the both of you. Moving on to Championship Sunday. Always a pleasure to watch you play. Let's head to the highlights. A lot of them at the hand of Leigh Waters and the power of Anna Bright.
Yeah, their placement was so good at each shot. They never really let Newell and Stratman ever dictate and never let their foot off the gas in this one.
One more match. The Shadows chasing us here in Denver. Number 2 versus number 6. Let's get to it.
Semifinal match. Lacey, Vivian Davis take on.
Not yet, buddy.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
one more match, a semifinal left here on the women's side of the draw. And hey, come play where the pros play here on the Carvana PPA Tour, which means, hey, you also need equipment. Head to pickleballcentral.com, your trusted pickleball experts. You can find your paddles, you can find your shoes, and every piece of gear you need right at pickleballcentral.com. It might be time for me to find a new paddle at this point. I've been working through mine as of recent.
Well, the technology is getting better and better all the time. So even if you like your old paddle, there might be something better out there for you.
You never know as we head to a semifinal matchup. It has been a day of some fun new partnerships displayed here in Colorado, this being one of them. Lea Jansen playing alongside Lucy Kovalova.
Yeah, a very exciting partnership. Two names we're very familiar with, but normally on the opposite side of the net. They seem to be clicking and jiving all day long, with Lucy kind of playing more of that setup role on the right where she's very comfortable, and then allowing Lea Jansen to have more attacking opportunities on that left side. And on the other side, Vivian David and Lacey Schneemann, a similar setup where Vivian David, also a fantastic mixed doubles player, very comfortable on the right, and Lacey Schneemann playing the left side, creating more of her team's offense. So I'm looking for, more than anything, who wins that backhand-to-backhand cross-court pattern between Lea Jansen and Lacey Schneemann. I think that's going to be very telling as to which team comes out on top.
It was really fun to watch Lacey Schneemann and Vivian David in their quarterfinal matchup earlier today. It was against Jessie, Irvine, and Etta Wright. Went down all the way to the third game, 11-9 in that last and final. It was a bit of a nail-biter. The walk-off ATP came at the hand of Lacey Schneemann. She's going to look to find that same kind of magic here in the semifinals. Lucy Kovalova playing
Game
her
one,
typical
time in.
right side.
0-0-2.
Lea Jansen, ever so dominant on the left. Oh, Vivian David spun around to try and find that ball off the baseline, but we already saw the cross-court battle and them challenging middle.
1-0-2.
Yeah, David was in a good position, just kind of over-rotated a bit on that two-handed counter.
Point.
Lucy Kovalova and Lea Jansen have had a solid day. Their
2-0-2.
quarterfinal matchup was against Mary and Maggie Brasha, won in just 2 games.
Point.
Yeah, just because Lucy Kovalova plays that right side does not mean she's always the setup player. She's definitely a very aggressive player in her own right, can do a lot of things well on that side.
Point.
Speaking of aggression, there's some from the baseline, the third shot drive.
Yeah, really testing the
4-0-2.
backhand volley early here of Lacey Schneemann.
Point.
Utilizing the lob yet again. Lucy Kovalova typically playing alongside Callie Smith.
5-0-2. Point.
Great job by Lea Jansen on the left side. That backhand, you got to watch out for.
Yeah, she's got great dexterity to drop the
Timeout,
head of the paddle, but she also has some
6-0-2.
nice length as well. So that's a disadvantage that Schneemann's going to have in that pattern with Jansen.
And all of a sudden, it's a quick 6-0 start for Kovalova and Jansen.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
Follow your vibe. Vizzy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
Want to maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds? Look no further. Thorlo pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlo.com.
Sip, surf, and slam with Sanzo, the first Asian-inspired sparkling water made with real fruit and no added sugar. Unique and refreshing for the ultimate flavor smash. Find us at drinksanzo.com.
The shadows are starting to creep into championship court. That is an added element of difficulty in the game of pickleball. The ball coming in and out creates some issues. Right now, Vivian David and Lacey Schneemann have to hit the reset as a 6-point run resides on the other side of the net. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie.
6-0-2.
Lucy Kovalova with the serve.
Side out.
So where do they maybe change their attack location or just their dink
0-6-1.
location?
Well, I think, you know, at the start of this match, Schneemann and David just need to clean it up a little bit, try to get more depth on their first volley to make Jansen and Kovalova work a little bit more.
Okay.
Right now, they're using the drive-drop combo as a way to negate that positional advantage
0-6-2.
with pretty good consistency.
Side out. Six, 0-1.
Lucy showing up again, big time defense.
She's really feeling the lob early on here. I think
7-0-1.
2 for 2. She can't seem to do any wrong so far in this match.
Point.
I also greatly appreciate all the matching outfits. Seriously, that's pretty awesome.
They're keeping it classy, keep it sharp.
8-0-1.
Well, and for the viewers at home, it just shows,
Second
you know, we
serve.
talk so much about the shake and bake. There's different ways to use the drive. Right now, Jansen and Kovalova are using much more of a
8-0-2.
careful, methodical drive approach, where they're driving, waiting for that volley to be short, and giving themselves an easier drop on that fifth shot most of the time.
Side out.
As opposed to driving and crashing.
Yeah, when you drive and crash, you're using the drive as a way to maybe win the point. They're using it, the drive, as a setup to
0-8-1.
get to the kitchen in an easier way.
Point.
Error off the return means a point for Schneemann and David.
1-8-1. Point.
Make it a second. Start to build.
And you saw Schneemann take the different approach. She drove and she crashed immediately
2-8-1.
in, putting even more pressure on that volley, helping her win the point.
One more, and Lacey with a fist pump. Lacey Schneemann, just 26 years old, stands at 5'4". She started playing pickleball back in 2021. Originally picked up the game in 2015, playing once or twice with her dad.
Yeah, excellent court awareness there by Schneemann, realizing she was pushed out far enough for the ATP.
Yes. 4-8-2.
And she has plenty of hops as she jumps for the overhead.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad lob by Kovalova, but Schneemann really covered a lot of ground quickly to get behind that ball. And a nice bounce back from them here in game one.
There's no joke about that. An absolute bounce back in the first. Lacey Schneemann and Vivian David mounting a comeback here in the first. Schneemann has made a final this year. It came alongside Jade Kawamoto back at the Red Clay Hot Sauce Florida Open. They took silver to Leigh Waters and Catherine Parento. She also most recently earned bronze at the Selkirk, Texas Open with Anna Wright. ATP for Kovalova.
Yeah, using those long strides to cut down the angle, well measured.
Nine, 5-1.
And again, fending off the lob deep in the middle.
Yeah, again, Schneemann showing the athleticism and the foot speed to cover a lot of ground in a very short amount of time.
Point.
And you see a lot of the ladies in the pro game utilize a two-handed backhand for their counters. Schneemann doesn't do that as often, and right now Jansen and Kovalova are taking advantage of that with driving at her backhand just simply to give themselves an easier path to the net.
Back-to-back pokes for Lucy Kovalova, seals game number 1. Kovalova and Jansen have the first. You gotta love how they came back out after the streak came against them. Moffats from Kovalova.
Yeah, great fight there by Schneemann and David, but Jansen and Kovalova, great from start to finish in game 1.
We made our own tequila, so we'd always have a reason to get together. So you'd always have a reason to get together. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
first thing I noticed is just it felt softer than a traditional maybe asphalt court. Softer feel, felt better on my joints, felt better on my body. When I was done playing, my body felt a little bit better. It was an easier recovery.
I like that it's a lot of fun. You can also see many families come together. You can see kids, grandparents, parents, they all compete and have a blast. So you can be competitive, but also you can have fun at the same time.
Southwest Airlines, the official new airline of the Carvana PPA Tour. Grab that want to get away fee and come on out to Colorado for Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Side out.
One of these two teams will face off against Leigh Waters and Anna Bright.
0-0-1.
Sharp angle for Schneemann.
Really tough to hit a winner off of that overhead when you're pushed back like she was. She's really getting those dialed in now.
It's interesting. They try and lob her because she's only 5'4", but she has a really nasty overhead.
She really does. She gets some great pronation at the top of her swing there, snapping her wrist down, giving her both angle and a little extra power.
I remember there was a Instagram post from Lacey too, and it was a series of photos of her hitting an overhead. Went from like an opposite C to like a true C.
Yeah, no, you can see the raw athletic talent that she really possesses when she's airborne like that.
Lucy Kovalova, 22 gold medals in gender doubles in her career. Most of the golds for Lea Jansen have come at the hand of singles. I believe she has 26.
1-0-1.
26 total medals, excuse me. 6. She has 2 golds in singles and 2 golds in gender doubles. Lea Jansen out of the Pacific Northwest, Spokane, Washington. Now lives in Austin, Texas.
Second serve.
You got to pull out your best matrix moves in this game.
Absolutely, and Kovalova right on point with hers there.
2-0-2.
We mentioned that Schneemann doesn't have the reach that Jansen has in that pattern, so I don't mind the attack, but it's very easy for her to get a little overextended.
Point.
Question is, do you go with the red pill or the blue pill?
Nice, nice. Love how you snuck that in there.
What do you choose?
I forget which is which, to be honest with you. And I've seen the Matrix about 100 times.
Point. Timeout. Receivers.
And a quick timeout
4-0-2.
called by Lea Jansen after that dink just into the top of the net. She wants to hit the reset here. This has been the story of the day. One team with the advantage in the first. All of a sudden, things start to switch.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty. Right now, get 0% APR financing on the 2023 Hyundai Tucson. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
A lot of us miss hit the ball. I know I miss hit the ball a lot. So
Speak for
the more
yourself,
forgiving.
Johns.
I actually really like this timeout from Lea Jansen. Just a few
4-0-2.
points gone the other direction. She immediately calls it at the early stages of this game so it doesn't get away. Even though Schneemann and David come up with one more, 5-0.
Yeah, they're playing up-tempo right now themselves, and it's really disrupting kind of the rhythm that Kovalova and Jansen had in game one. So credit to them for making that adjustment.
Point.
Lea just a bit frustrated with herself, felt like she should have been able to be on that counter.
Side out.
The speed up straight into the head of Vivian David. This is tough.
Yeah, higher than Lea was aiming, just got a little bit away from her there.
Ball out of bounds as the second one comes the direction of David. She's aiming right for the body.
1-6-1.
And I don't mean that as a bad thing. Sometimes that's one of the locations you got to just go body up because it's hard to protect in terms of your paddle position.
Yeah, all is fair game at this level. The body is a very calculated play, and the right shot a lot of times when being aggressive at certain opponents.
Six, 1-1.
Got a change up with Lucy on the left now. Looked like Jansen's confidence was just wavering a bit, and so this could just be a temporary change to see if they can switch things up and get a little momentum.
And a quick ball from Schneemann. Getting some extra love from her partner.
7-1-2.
Wind starting to increase as well as you
side out.
Watch the ponytail of Vivian David.
Yeah, they're battling plenty of conditions now with the shadows, the altitude, and now the wind. Just throw another one in there.
Second serve. One, 7-2. Point.
There's a good ball from Lucy Kovalova, just dropping it low enough at the kitchen.
And they've kind of gone away from that drive-drop combo that was working so well for them in game one. We'll see if they can get back into that rhythm.
Lea back on the left.
Point.
Great execution from Jansen.
Yeah, she waited and held that just a little bit longer to be able to slide it up the line to the dominant side of Vivian David.
Great shot from Lacey Schneemann. She speeds up cross court and finishes down the line.
Yeah, did a great job of jamming Jansen, catching her right in that right hip location.
Net love for Schneemann. Both Schneemann and Jansen utilizing the Yola paddle.
Second serve.
David working with the carbon. Lucy Kovalova, Team Onyx. I believe the one in her hand is the Mayhem.
8-3-2. Side out.
So a side out for Jansen and Kovalova. Again, a spot into tomorrow's final on the line for these two teams. There's the drive drop combo. This time she didn't even work into the net.
Yeah, I think they're doing best when they take their time, just get established at the kitchen line, but get up there more on their own terms, and that's often what the drive drop combo will allow them to do.
I'll recall. 4-8-1. Second serve.
The long arm of Lucy Kovalova.
Yeah, trying to use that forehand sweeping motion. Looked like the ball just dropped slightly below the height of the net before she hit it. Tough to use that motion unless it's above the net.
Side out.
Kovalova stands at 5'11", and Lea Jansen, she's pretty lengthy as well, standing at 5'10". It's a good amount of height disparity between these two teams. And the looper falls as well.
Yeah, we mentioned that the ball striking motion of Lacey Schneemann, she does just a little bit more wrist flip at the end of her swing, and it fooled Kovalova on that occasion.
Second serve.
Vivian David finds one off the forehand.
9-4-2.
Ultimately, the one off the backhand creates some problems.
Point.
Yeah, it looks like that ball skidded off the line right as it bounced, disrupted the timing of Jansen there.
10-4-2. Side out.
Out of bounds after a game point opportunity for Schneemann and David.
4-10-1. Second serve.
Again, trying to find that drop.
4-10-2. Side out.
Good news is for Jansen and Kovalova, they've got a bit of a pillow as they have game number 1.
10-4-1. Second serve.
Net pushes that one just a little bit wide. So Kovalova and Jansen are still alive here in game 2.
10-4-2. Side out.
There it is. You got to start building. That's a great shot from Lea Jansen, rolling that ball. Similar to the way we see other left-siders in the women's game. Think of Etta Wright with that great contact.
And a beautiful return there by Vivian David, really pushing Jansen back on her third attempt.
Side out.
Another chance for Schneemann and David to close out this game number 2.
10-4-1.
Lucy Schneemann has 2 PPA medals.
Point.
And that's out of bounds. So we are going to 3. The last match of the day here in Cherry Creek, Colorado is going the distance. More Carvana PPA Tour coming your way.
We're Carvana, the company who invented car vending machines and buying a car 100% online. Now we've created a brand new way for you to sell your car. Whether it's a year old or a few years old, we want to buy your car. So go to Carvana, enter your license plate, answer a few questions, and our techno wizardry calculates your car's value and gives you a real offer in seconds. When you're ready, we'll come to you, pay you on the spot, and pick up your car. That's it. So ditch the old way of selling your car and say hello to the new way at Carvana.
Lucy Kovalova and Lea Jansen ready to take on game number 3, and they hope to head to a championship match on Sunday. On the opposing side, Vivian David and Lacey Schneemann in semifinal action. Lea Jansen had a little bit of difficulty in game number 2, but she is very mentally tough. Let's see what she can find in this third. So if you're Vivian David and Lacey Schneemann and you have a game plan coming in, next thing you know, maybe someone on the other side is starting to struggle a little bit. Do you drift from the game plan?
Yeah, I think you slightly deviate. When someone looks like they're losing their confidence, you give them a steady diet of balls until they found their rhythm, and then you kind of go back to what that original game plan is. At least that's what I would do if I was in their shoes.
Again, very elastic is Lacey Schneemann.
And I mentioned at the beginning that one of the big indicators of who comes out on top was who wins that cross-court pattern. And even though Jansen has more of an attacking prowess and more reach, Schneemann gets a lot of stick on that backhand dink. It's very, very bitey.
Point.
Another point for Vivian David and Lacey Schneemann. Vivian David, 26 years old, also standing at 5'4".
3-0-2.
Originally out of Canada, then went on to live in Florida for the majority of her youth. Now resides in Dripping Springs, Texas. Started playing pickleball back in 2018, which was working for her dad. And her dad actually owned a tennis and pickleball retail store in Bonita Springs.
0-3-2.
Yeah, her father put on an invitational tournament. I believe it was called the World Pickleball Championships for a few years back, before the Pro Tours were full up and running.
Second serve.
David even has 8 PPA medals so far in her career in gender doubles and mixed doubles.
Side out.
And maybe that will start to change the tide for Kovalova and Jansen.
Well, you could hear from Jansen's shout just how important it was for them to win that hands battle and get on the board here in game 3.
Second serve.
Lucy Kovalova and Lea staying connected, trying to show a little positivity, even in some frustrating moments.
And they're switching and putting Lucy over on the left now.
That's a great play from Lacey Schneemann, the two-hand backhand rolling through the middle.
And what great time for it, too. It's the first point that Kovalova's played on the left.
3-0-1.
If you forget to completely shuffle and cover that middle, Schneemann there to take advantage. I think the only thing that Schneemann's done poorly in this match is serve. I believe that's about 3 service errors or so. Side out.
Uh-oh. 2 missed serves. So that's one way to get a hold.
Certainly one way to let your opponents back in the match. We'll see if they can take advantage.
Second serve.
Wondering who was going to take the first shot. Was it going to be another two-handed backhand from Schneemann? Instead, it's Jansen.
Side out.
Another quick side out. David and Schneemann.
So if Jansen's losing that pattern, I'd like to see her look for opportunities to use her feet, find more forehands, and just move the ball around and not necessarily stay in that pattern if it's not to your advantage.
Schneemann goes back to the two-hand backhand.
And Jansen did a better job of finding a few dinks, getting Vivian David involved, moving the ball around rather than just staying in the same location the whole time.
Lucy Kovalova is going to start getting vocal here. I love the energy, the fire coming off her paddle.
0-3-1. Second serve.
Yeah, Jansen a little surprised by that pop-up, was still standing pretty upright when she hit that two-hander. Important to stay down on that drive to keep that nice and low to the net.
Lacey Schneemann continues to impress, sliding that ATP.
Yeah, she's been absolutely on fire in this match, really in a nice rhythm right now.
The ATP is such a fun dynamic in pickleball because at times it almost negates a great shot, right? So there's this balance of wanting to be aggressive, but you can't be too aggressive.
Exactly, exactly. It creates a lot more layers to this game.
Back-to-back shots from Lea Jansen.
And you can see how Kovalova is trying to pump her partner up. All Lea needs is a spark, and we know what she's capable of once she gets everything grooved.
Well, that could be it. Those are 2 balls from her paddle that have done damage.
Second serve.
And unfortunate off the net for Kovalova.
Yeah, I think she was trying to get that into the body of Schneemann and surprise her. But yeah, once that clips the tape, you've certainly lost the element of surprise.
Zero, 3-2. Side out.
Good volleying from Lacey Schneemann.
Yeah, and she doesn't have the most power of all the ladies on a lot of her shots, but again, she hits a very heavy ball, and that usage of spin has a way of still keeping her team in control and pushing her opponents back.
Chasing that all the way to the baseline, following it out of bounds.
And you can see Jansen trying to get out of that pattern, but David is leaning in so much, so tough to reset that ball in front of you with the smaller, closer location.
Using Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous Relaxed Fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
Lea Jansen and Lucy Kovalova in semifinal action here at the O-Snap Denver Open on the Carvana PPA Tour, the halfway point in 2023. It has been 3 full days of action here in Cherry Creek, Colorado, as we are nearing the conclusion of day number 3. Championship Sunday starts right here on Championship Court. One of these two teams will face off against Leigh Waters and Anna Wright.
And players are going to switch now on the side switch here at 6. And Kovalova and Jansen just haven't seemed to find their rhythm and their tempo. It's been all Schneemann and David here in game 3.
Again, for Lacey Schneemann, this would be a second trip to a final as she played alongside Jade Kawamoto previously, but still in her young career on the pro pickleball circuit. I mean, she has really leveled up in the last year alone.
Yeah, she's done well in MLP. She's already got a couple of medals here on the Carvana PPA Tour, and she just mentioned that she just recently decided to go full-time with pickleball. So look for her to be a player certainly on the rise. We see the ability that she already has, and she's only getting better.
Definitely one of the players on the women's side that is aggressive, loves to be dominant on that left side. We love to see that, as is Lea Jansen. A clean winner off the bounce for Vivian David.
Yeah, I think Jansen thought that maybe she was going to do a little more with this by pushing David back, but she was able to see set her feet and see the opening.
David with the poach.
Timeout, receivers, 8-0-1.
And again, even when it's not perfectly struck, this up-tempo, almost chaotic style at time can really disrupt teams like Kovalova and Jansen, who are normally just so solid in those slower points at the kitchen line.
They're going to take another timeout. You can see Matt Wright just behind the bench trying to give some words of wisdom and encouragement to Lea Jansen and Lucy Kovalova. On the other side, Vivian David, I mentioned her 8 medals to this point in her career. They came in gender doubles as well as mixed doubles. In terms of gender, she does have 1 gold medal. It came in 2022 at the Takea Showcase alongside Andrea Koop.
Time in. 8-0-1.
In November of last year.
Second serve.
You can even hear Matt Wright in the audio encouraging.
8-0-2. Point.
Yeah, and they just haven't had an answer for that backhand slice dink of Lacey Schneemann. They're wanting to get out of the pattern, but she's kind of daring them to pull the trigger at some low locations right now.
Point.
Another big shot from Vivian David gets them to a match point. A chance to go on to Championship Sunday. for Lacey Schneemann and Vivian David picking up the 3-game win. They will face off versus Leigh Waters and Anna Wright. What a great day for Schneemann and David. What a fun day it has been, and everyone's still dancing here in Denver as Schneemann and David pick up the win, moving on to Championship Sunday, standing courtside with us now. Let's get a chance to talk with our winners. A massive congratulations to the both of you. Lacey, I got to go to you first. What does this mean heading back to your second final in 2023?
Yeah, I mean, that Championship Sunday is always the goal. I was really excited to play with Viv this weekend. I know our games complement each other pretty well. I liked our draw and I liked our chances, so always love a chance to get out here on center court and show what I can do and try to be athletic. So with Viv by my side, she made it pretty easy.
Well, Vivian, you've obviously been on the pro scene for a while now. Can you just talk about the importance of mental toughness? I mean, after game one, it looked like Jansen and Kovalova were playing so well, and could you have ever imagined that you would have won the third game by pickling them?
No, I mean, definitely not. I think mental toughness is definitely something that not many people realize how important it is. Just because you have a first bad game, and that was the same thing in the quarters for us. Slow start, okay, you got to put that game behind you. New game, focus on just kind of reevaluating what you need to get done, what didn't work, what did work. And, I mean, we cleaned it up, but really not being discouraged by losing game one because, again, it's never over till it's over. And until the last point is won, then that's when it's done.
Well, congratulations to the both of you. The mental fortitude for Vivian David and Lacey Schneemann picking up a big-time win, moving on to Championship Sunday. Look at this. They always go with the high five. You guys deserve plenty of those on the day.
Well done, ladies.
Thanks so much for joining us here on the Carvana PPA Tour. We have Championship Sunday coming up. It will be at 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific time, right on Tennis Channel. You're not going to want to miss a single championship match. Thanks so much for joining myself, Cameron Irwin, Kyle McKenzie, and the rest of our Tennis Channel crew. We cannot wait to see you back at the kitchen line.